It's Championship Sunday here in Kolkata. Welcome everyone to Tata Steel Chess India Blitz. It's going to be fast and furious, so fasten your seatbelts. I'm Tanya Sachdev alongside me, Sahaj Grover. Sahaj, how hyped are you for this final day in Kolkata?
I'm super hyped, Tanya, because this is it. Today we have two winners and it's going to be decided who is going into the final round.
It's going to be all about the pace, importantly, the clock management. We've seen those big time scrambles, we've seen those turnarounds, and what a day one we had, Sahaj, in the Blitz.
It was a very topsy-turvy day, I think, especially when it comes to Wesley, because he lost his first round, blundered that maiden one, and somehow found himself at the top of the leaderboard at the end of day one.
And it was a packed house on Saturday here at the Dhonadhanya Auditorium. Same is the story today. It is Sunday and Kolkata has arrived to watch the best in action. You could see all the blunders, the brilliancies, the hits and the misses, the big names of chess here on stage in action. The day saw Wesley end at the top of the leaderboard with 7 out of 9. What a performance it was on day one. And in the women, it was Carissa Yip with 6 out of 9. But neck-to-neck battle. There isn't so much of a gap between the leaders and the chasers.
Absolutely. In fact, there's around 4 players who are basically just half a point behind in the women's section. So it is a very, very close battle there. Same can be said for the open section as well, because Arjun is just half a point behind Wesley as well. So anyone can win, because we have 9 rounds.
Exactly what I was thinking, Sahaj, that 9 rounds, it doesn't even matter what happened on day one, with just a half-point margin there on our leaderboard as we look at our standings. Wesley followed by Arjun at 6.5, then Nihal a 1 point behind Arjun. But again, 9 rounds is one too many. It's an entire tournament, a fresh day. It's the same story here in the women as well. You've got Carissa Yip at the top, and then 3 players, Stavroula, Goryachkina, Vaishali, all at 5.5, followed by Vantika at 5. Very, very close margins. And with so many rounds to be played, can we expect some major shake-ups in the standings as we are looking at them right now?
I'm looking at that women's standings over there, and I'm looking at number 8. I'm looking at Lagno Kateryna. She's 2 points behind Carissa Yip, the tournament leader. But with 9 rounds, that is enough time for her to catch up. And she is, for me, one of the best Blitz players. I think she can definitely make a comeback.
And she's 3 times World Blitz champion for a reason. And to get us all pumped for all the action that's coming up today, our boy on the ground, Rakesh Bhai, takes us through the action.
It's Super Sunday here, and the last and final day of the Tata Steel Chess India Blitz section. We have Wesley So leading in the open section with 7 out of 9. Arjun Erigaisi hot on his tails with 6.5 out of 9. And Nihal Sarin as well with 6. Can Nihal Sarin do the double? Something which only Magnus Carlsen has been able to do. Time will tell. We have a packed auditorium here, as you can see. Lots of kids from the Blitz section on the open category as well are here. And we will see who's going to take the trophy home. In the women's section, we have Carissa Yip of the USA who's leading. Stavroula Tsolakidou in 2nd place. We will have a new winner, as it looks like, because Kateryna Lagno is not in the top standings. It's going to be an amazing end to Tata Steel Chess India. We have an autograph session at the end of the tournament as well. Super Sunday, brilliancies, blunders in Blitz. That's what we're going to be having. Let's see who wins. Back to you guys in the studio. Tanya and Sahaj, take it away. The fans, who's your favorite player? See, maybe Vishy Anand can do it.
The fans, they love Vishy. They love the action that's happening right here. Sahaj, what I loved about the visuals coming in, all of Kolkata has shown up on Sunday here at the Dhonadhanya Auditorium to watch chess unfold, the final day of the Blitz. But it's the kids, it's the young ones. The auditorium's packed with them right now. And, we know how meaningful it is in the life of a budding talent to watch the absolute elite, the heroes of chess, play right in front of them and the impact it can have on their own careers.
Absolutely. We could just be looking at a future world champion who is watching all of these players, getting inspired, watching them in action. I mean, it is such a refreshing and such a motivating thing for the younger generation.
It truly is. I mean, I can speak for myself. I think my own chess journey started the day I got the opportunity as, it was a long time ago, as a young girl in Delhi, the chance to play Simul against Vishy. And just watching that happen.
Me too, actually.
So we've both been there, you know, just watching his greatness, experiencing it there, sitting across. Impact it has, I think words don't do justice to that. So huge shout out to our audience there at the Dhanodhanyo Auditorium. It's amazing to see a packed crowd. It's also so inspiring for the players to give it their best, to fight it out when, you know, they know that the fans have come out today to watch them in action.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very fun, action-packed day. We have 9 rounds of Blitz incoming. Let's go, boys.
And girls, because it's 9 rounds of Blitz and Sahaj, the schedule, it's incredibly tight. You know, this is the kind of sched which means that a player can go into a hot streak if they find an early momentum or even a downward spiral, because it's around every 20 minutes. There's no time for recovery. There's absolutely no time to think about what has happened. So it's game after game. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's bring up our first pairings of the day. The time control will be 3 minutes, as we saw yesterday, 3 minutes on the clock with a 2-second bonus time every time the clock is pressed. And I have to say that 2 extra seconds, Saj, it's barely enough time to make a move. It's very different from online chess, where you can pre-move. You can actually build on that 2 seconds.
Absolutely, and you don't have to press the clock, and the likelihood of you messing up the pieces is very, very high, like we saw in the match between Arjun and Vidit, for example. So it's very, very important for that to not happen. But yeah, 2 seconds, definitely not enough time. But looking at the pairings, Tanya, which ones? I couldn't agree more. Both of them taking on with the black pieces, and we could just see a shift in the leaders just after round 1 itself. So it can be very, very tricky.
It's going to be tricky on and off the board. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch unfold. And let's also talk about Sahaj, that the fact that the players have played against each other once yesterday, but today it's a face-off with colours reversed.
Oh yes, and let's remind everyone that Arjun went on a hot streak with 5 out of 5 on day 1 of the Blitz, and then he didn't have the best few rounds, and then he made a comeback against Vidit. But he's playing those same 5 players, but with reversed colours. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Arjun fares up. And let's not forget the game between Vidit and Wesley, where Wesley blundered a mate in 1 in a completely winning position. So he will be looking to take that revenge.
Grudge matches galore, and there we see the ceremonial move being played on the board of the legend. Vishy Anand with black taking on Wei Yi in the first round. Let's quickly take a look at the women pairings as well, as Carissa Yip with a half-point lead. She starts her campaign today against Indian stalwart Harika Dronavalli, and for me that is clearly the match that's going to catch our attention here.
Absolutely, because Carissa Yip is the tournament leader, but there are so many players on just half a point behind. Anything is possible there. We'll have liftoff very, very soon. Actually, we do have liftoff already. Let's get to it. I think we'll start with Volodar versus Arjun. We're looking at Wei Yi versus Vishy. Let's have a quick look there as well to see what has happened. Whoa. Look at that.
It starts with a sort of a reverse Benoni setup by Wei Yi. He's saying, I'll sacrifice the pawn, but I have an extra move. We often see this line being employed by the black pieces, but this time it's Wei Yi going all out against Vishy.
Absolutely. It's almost like that, Benko's gambit, I think it's called, and you're playing with reverse colors, and Wei Yi usually doesn't take such risks in the opening early on, but yeah, very refreshing to see him taking such risks against the legend Vishy himself. Let's take a quick look at the tournament leader, Tanya. Volodar versus Arjun. Arjun taking on with the black pieces. Arjun is second in the rankings right now, but only with a half a point margin. And let's remind everyone, 5 out of 5 was his score
Yes.
on day 1. So we have to watch out for him because he could go on a hot streak any moment.
I can start right now with a player who's been struggling here. Murzin only in 2.5, so Arjun with the black pieces looking to keep as much tension on the board right now. We see his knights at the center. Murzin pushes one of them back. The other one's headed towards that d4 outpost. Looks juicy at the center of the board. Bishop f6 ideas as well. I'm liking Arjun's position to start off with.
I couldn't agree more. And I point at the threat of b5 position as well, just to connect all the things together. Bishop f6. And suddenly Arjun can take over in this position. As he goes bishop f6, your move on the board, Tanya.
Bishop f6 played, and for Volodar Murzin, he continues to develop. It's again the fight of that central square d4, who's able to control it. Arjun would want to place a piece on it when it can be captured by a piece and not a pawn. You don't want a pawn occupying that square, so he continues with development. Now eyeing a b5 break as well. Arjun wants to open up the queen side.
Absolutely, and another threat he has is bishop takes c3. So, and you know that it might not be the best move with the position, but Arjun will purposefully go into that imbalance just to try and confuse the situation, and as he usually does. So Murzin has to be careful, and look at that. He already retreats his bishop back to d2. He just played bishop e3 and now plays bishop d2 back to attack this queen. There is a discover attack idea, and the question is, where is Arjun's queen going to go?
It also stops the move b5 because now that can be met by knight takes pawn. So Arjun retreats to c7. The rooks are connected. I think he really wants to get that b pawn moving up. Let's go to the tournament leader, Wesley versus Vidit. And that one, a very interesting battle in the middle game. It's an opposite color bishop complex, but the piece activity that Vidit has with the queen on g4, the bishop on g5. There's a battle for the e line. I do spot a weakness for Vidit on c3. Sej, I think this game is quite in the balance. You know, the piece activity compensated for Wesley with that pawn weakness on c3.
Oh yes, and also this bishop on b7 might not be ideally placed, but for Vidit, I like this formation of the queen and the bishop. You can always...
He's uncomfortable on his chair. He's moving around a lot.
I mean, maybe also the position, you know, with some bishop h6 ideas on the cards at any moment. Of course, not possible right now because the queen is looking at the king side. He goes knight f1, bringing the knight into play as well. The most dangerous combination is the queen and the knight, and we might see it in action at any moment as he goes knight f8 to defend on the king side with knight g6 or knight e6.
Our knight is arriving on f5 very, very soon to triple down with the queen and the bishop. What I'm really interested and curious is whatever Wesley is twiddling in his fingers, I don't think it's a piece. Not sure what that is, chat. Maybe we'll get an update on it.
Looks like a...
yeah, is it a piece?
It doesn't look like a piece, yeah. It definitely does not look like a piece.
Alright, we'll keep an eye on the board and what it is that is in Wesley's hands right now. But this one, a fun position. You know, Wesley moved the queen, pinning White's queen, threatening h6 to trade the queens off. Knight f5 was stopped with this last move. And I think he's kept everything under control. Rook c8, attacking c3. Long term, I would go on to say that in fact, because of the c3 weakness, it might give something for Wesley to play against.
I think you're right in that sense. And this is why Wesley has offered a queen trade. He hasn't taken it yet. He wants Vidit to take on g6. But I don't think Vidit will do that purposefully because, as you mentioned correctly, the pawn on c3 is a long-term weakness in the endgame. So he has to be careful. He takes the queen on g6. And now I think I definitely like Wesley's position more.
Let's quickly jump to Carissa versus Harika, get an update there before we move right back to our matchup of the leader in the Open. And this is where we are at, both players around the 1 minute mark right now. The position that we have, Carissa Yip definitely the one with the worst pawn structure, but it also gives her a stronghold on d5.
Yeah, but look at this bishop on g2, which is completely blocked by its own pawns. This pawn, is it just hanging? Okay, no, not right now because knight c7 was hanging. She takes on d5. I think Harika is doing really well here. Classic case of good knight and bad bishop, yeah? Carissa has to take it with a c pawn to try and untangle her pawns and she can move the queen anywhere, and this knight on c5 is a beast.
aiming to get her queen to c4. Carissa Yip is to try to keep things defended, to try to keep things under control. But it is Harika with the healthier pawns, the good knight versus bad bishop, pushing for the win on this one. Sej, we'll see if Carissa is able to maintain her lead going into the next round of the day. Let's head back to Wesley versus Vidit. Oh, let's actually head back to Murzin versus Arjun, because Murzin has gone all out against him. Look at that, e5, f5, g5 on the board.
You know, you might think that Arjun is playing this with the white pieces, but oh, he just made a huge mistake and Arjun capitalized on it with knight d3, and I think he's about to lose his pawn on e5, and the bishop on f4 is also a big target here.
Guys, Arjun might be winning this now. With knight on d3, about to win material, overextended pawns for Murzin here. It might be Murzin's king after queen c5 check ideas, which is stopped now with the bishop retreat, but you lose a key central pawn.
Arjun is completely winning, yeah. I think he might go on that hot streak again, Tanya.
And if Arjun starts with the win, Vidit, Wesley right now is in the balance. We don't need to go to that because it's a rook pawn endgame, and most likely that one will end in a draw. Arjun might take the lead. Join the leader.
Yeah, very, very good chance as he goes knight h5. But now look at these knights, look at these pawns, the bishop on c5. Such a strong central hold he has.
Beautiful move, taking advantage of that bishop on e3 pin.
Oof.
And look at this madness on the board. Pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn. It will be a checkmate on g7. Don't grab that knight.
My question is, did Arjun miss this or was he okay with it? Because the position is still completely winning for him.
And it's completely winning because knight takes rook, rook takes knight. It's a knight on d4 that's going to be hanging at the end of it. The bishop on e3 under attack.
Even rook e4 is a huge threat in this position. So Murzin has to be careful. He doesn't have enough time. Only 4 seconds on the clock. He pushes f6.
He's looking for chaos. He's trying to create it on the king side.
Free piece.
Arjun, a little bit of fumbling there with the pieces. But he's got enough time on the clock. 30 seconds. Murzin playing on his last second.
Fourth piece. The knight on d4 also. Oh, his boy. That's too many pieces. And he resigns. And Arjun most likely joins the leader now with his win. His first win in Tanya. Do you think he's going to go on that hot streak again as he did on day one?
Well, we'll find out. Let's head over to Vishy versus Wei Yi as well. This one still in the balance as we're looking at it. Wei Yi trying to push for a win. Arjun getting that win. He's going to go into the next round as one of the leaders potentially.
Look at that pawn on d6. It's a monster. He wants to go rook c2 and put the rook on c7 on the 7th rank. But Vishy trying to create that fortress with king e6.
Wesley's about to win with it blundered. Oh my goodness.
Oof.
And he's getting checkmated. That's it. Rook b1, rook f1 would have been game over here. And just like that, a huge one-move blunder by Vidit just when we had written that off as a draw. Wesley with a half-point lead now.
Wow, wow. So these two players definitely, leading the charge in the open section after round one. Wei Yi still trying to put some pressure on Vishy here. He is an exchange up, and most likely he's going to capture his pawn on e4 as well. Can we say this is winning, or it's not that clear?
It feels like this should be winning. You're going to win the e3 pawn. Look at the way Wei Yi's cut off the king from coming to the defense. Rook d4 is a threat to kick that knight out of protecting the e3 pawn. The king will march closer towards it. And because there's one more pawn remaining, as long as the h pawn is alive, Wei Yi takes this. Without any pawn on the board, rook versus knight is a draw. But that's not going to happen, Sahaj.
Yep, I think you're absolutely correct. He gives a check. Now rook e4. He's about to capture the pawn on e3. And now this is just a matter of simple technique, which I think Wei Yi will convert.
Praggnanandhaa did take down Hans Niemann. So a good start to his day as well. He is at 5 points again. 8 more games to be played. So it's anyone's tournament right now. Wei Yi doing everything flawlessly. And Carissa versus Harika. Let's head to that because huge changes are about to happen in the women. Harika about to take her win and she does it just as we get there.
And look at that. She has 2 pawns on the... Actually, there are 3 pawns on the 7th rank in this position. So huge win for Harika there. Let's go back to Wei Yi versus Vishy as we are approaching the final moments of this game. Wei Yi about to win his match.
And Vishy's looking for some ideas, some tricks with the knight, but now the h-pawn falls as well. And that's it. With that pawn gone, it's game gone. Wei Yi starts the day with a win. And with that, Sahaj, we wrap up round 1. Well, actually round 10 of the Blitz, but round 1 of the day. And what a round this has been. So many decisive games and I think a lot to recap.
Absolutely. It feels like we just started, and this is the beauty of Blitz. Yeah, things happen so quickly that it's so hard to catch up with everything. But yes, there we have the results. Arjun defeating Volodar Murzin, Wei Yi defeating Vishy, Wesley defeating Vidit in those final moments, Pragg defeating Hans, and then Arvind versus Nihal, the only match to have ended in a draw.
And in the women, we have 2 votes with the draw, 3 decisive results. Carissa Yip loses her lead after the loss to Harika. Harika starting strong today, which means once again we will have an open field and we're going to have some shake-ups. There are 3 women leaders right now going into the second round of the day. Right there at the top, that's the right column. It's Stavroula, and that's a name probably not many were expecting to see at the top right now.
Yes, but she is still. I mean, she's showing up definitely. But it's a 3-way tie between these players. Goryachkina, nobody's surprised there. Carissa Yip has been leading, but yes, Stavroula is showing up, and I think it's so impressive that Wesley has 8 points right now. I mean, in contrast, if you look at the women's section, there's only 6 points. Wesley's 2 points ahead of everyone. That is so impressive, despite blundering mate in 1.
It's 8 out of 10. Let that sink in. 8 out of 10 in this field. That's how much Wesley has scored in the Blitz.
Wow. Wow. And Arjun doing Arjun things, of course, there's a difference between 1.5 points between, Arjun and Nihal there. That's how good these 2 players are playing. And I feel in the end, it's going to come down to these 2 players. That's what it looks like to me, Anya.
I'll still say I'm expecting a lot of switch-ups and shake-ups in the standings. 8 rounds to be played right now, how quickly they go. And until we reach those penultimate rounds, the last 3 rounds, too soon to call anything. But one thing we were too soon to call on was the Wesley with it ending in a draw. It was a balanced rook-pawn endgame for the most part of it. And then suddenly, a 1 more blunder. Sahaj, maybe we can take a look at what happened in that moment that gave Wesley this huge chance.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look there. So in the end game, I think we left it around, if we can have the board there, it was an opposite colored bishop endgame. He took the knight over there, and now knight c4, rook c4, and we were kind of thinking here this would end in a draw. Some rook endgame business here. Rook b3 he goes, and yeah, looks very normal. He attacks the d5 pawn. Wesley says, okay, I'm going to go rook a2 check and, capture maybe 2 of these pawns over here. With it defense, he goes rook a5, defends the d5 pawn, g3, first mistake there, and rook e3, Wesley immediately capitalizing on it. And this is the moment where Vidit made a huge error and played rook d6, allowing Wesley, as you can see from the blue arrow, to play rook f2 check, and then rook a1 check, and suddenly
Painful.
The game is over. You lose a whole rook.
And 1 second, just go back to that moment when rook d6 was played. Yeah, it's the clock, but he had about 9 seconds. This was quite a big miss by Vidit, because the thing is, it's the kind of blunder you're not coming back from. It's not a single pawn. You're just losing the rook, losing the game on the spot.
But I think, the mistake actually happened perhaps maybe from this moment onward. You can see the position is completely balanced. When he played g3, my take is that perhaps Vidit missed this resource of rook e3, and already he's having some chances here, and he just couldn't, get everything right in such a short amount of time. He's already not equal in this position. And it's very normal that you make one small error and then you make a huge blunder because you just can't get your thoughts together in that moment.
Yes, I think that's very well put, that, it's not, blunders don't happen out of a vacuum, right? So just in a very controlled position. Sahaj, what was not controlled was the game Praggnanandhaa versus Hans. We didn't get a chance to look at it. I've got the final position in front of me, and it looks devastating for Hans.
Wow.
The queen moves, g7 hangs, but how did Pragg manage to create that? Not to mention an extra exchange as well for Pragg.
Well, we can check it from maybe from this moment onwards. Wait. We have to understand what happened here actually, because Hans actually sacrificed an entire exchange on purpose by going b6, which feels like theory, and he takes the rook on a8, takes here back, and it wasn't a good move, by the way. Hans having a decent position now. He castles, brings the knight to the center. Now that bishop on b7 is a super nice piece. He takes the pawn, takes the bishop on b4, queen b3 happens, knight d5, and look at this, Hans having a completely dominating position despite being materially down. He goes rook c2, takes the knight on takes the bishop on e3, that was a slight mistake there, retreats with the bishop, And now this is where Pragg starts to take over. Plays king g2 and queen only move, by the way, to stop rook c7 ideas. And now he goes knight d5, king h8. And this is where I think Pragg starts to look on the other side. Goes h3, kicks the queen, brings the rook on the other side. Rook f3. Wow, such good moves played by Pragg here in time pressure. Just take a quick look. 6 seconds for Hans, 12 seconds for Pragg there. He goes knight e7, bishop e8, queen on, wow, queen on e6, knight f5. It's like within a few moves, all the pawns are gone and the king is in such grave danger. That's the beauty of Blitz.
Very nicely converted after winning that exchange, Praggnanandhaa did. All right, let's bring on our standings as we set up for the next round after all the decisive action that we just saw. It is in the end Wesley So was gifted that half point at the end by Vidit Gujrathi, walking into that big blunder. He leads with 8. Pretty much a similar story with what we started with. Arjun half a point behind and then Nihal a point behind. All these three players won their games. Actually, Nihal drew his game, saved a very difficult position against Aravindh Chithambaram there. And we've got Praggnanandhaa with his win now climbing ahead to 5 points alongside Vishy and Vidit. In the women, it's absolutely wide open. It's anyone's tournament because you've got 3 players at 6, including Goryachkina, including Carissa Yip. And then you've got 2 players half a point behind Vantika and Vaishali. Then another 2 players at 5 points. And you've got this entire Indian traffic jam happening from 4th to 7th.
Oh yes, and by the way, I'm also looking at that 8th spot. Looks like Kateryna Lagno also lost her match, so it's not been a good Blitz event for her, which is a bit surprising, Tanya.
It really is. I mean, she won the Rapid and then mentioned that Rapid isn't her biggest USP. It's in fact Blitz where she feels most at home. But 4 out of 10. Saj, hard to imagine her being able to make it to the top. But again, 8 games to go. Easy to say anything can happen, but you'd need a huge streak of wins.
Oh yes, but still the difference between her and the tournament leader is still 2 points because Carissa Yip also lost her match. So there is still room for her to come back, but very difficult. In Blitz, you definitely need momentum on your side. So you have to start off with a win and that really works in your favor. But hoping that she can make a comeback, but let's see. Right now we have a 3-way tie in the women's section, and in the open section we have 2 players, Wesley and Arjun. Wesley with a half-point lead and Arjun right behind him. I think those 2 are my favorites here.
Let's take a look at the matchups going into round 10. You've called out your favorites and let's see who they're matching up against right now. It's Arjun versus Wei Yi, and I know that's a clash that always gets you excited, Sahaj. And it's going to be Wesley versus Murzin. Again, Wesley looking at that match as his chance to extend his lead. Just simply given Murzin's form, struggling out of a loss in this previous round against Arjun as well. So I think Wesley will look to score, but Arjun versus Wei Yi, nothing's a given.
Anything can happen there. You are absolutely right. Arjun, Wei Yi, I mean, but in Blitz, maybe I'll still give slight preference to Arjun because it's just his style is, it suits faster formats more, in my opinion. But yeah, anything is possible in this format. But yeah, Wesley, I think playing against Murzin, he has not had the best Blitz event. He didn't have the best Rapid event either, except for day 3 where he performed like a legend. Would you say that Wesley has a better chance of scoring a win here than Arjun?
1000%. I mean, Wei Yi, I think, is just, he's an absolute monster. It doesn't even matter the kind of event he's having, any moment he can strike. And let's just say he's 4.5 points right now. Arjun at 7.5. Wei Yi wants to win and he's had some up and down, and it's Blitz. Anything can happen at the end, but his quality of play has been pretty high for Wei Yi. Meanwhile, for Murzin, it just feels like he's been struggling. He struggled in the Rapid and the Blitz also did not take off. I think both these players, though, Wesley, Arjun, are a favorite right now. Let's see who gets it done. But we've got another massive clash with Vishy versus Nihal.
Oof. We'll keep an eye on that as well. And as we have liftoff where Arjun goes with the Queen's Pawn opening, and we have Semi-Tarash being played on. And this is the opening where Black sacrifices a whole pawn. Very interesting choice.
And a fascinating dynamic in this opening that you first give a check before capturing on d4, because the bishop on d7, in fact, isn't where Black wants that piece. Comes in the way of defending some pawns. But anyway, all of that is a thing of a past right now. And after a little bit of a queen dance, Arjun's queen comes back to the main square where it started from. That's a lot of moves. Queen a4, queen d4, queen d1.
Queen a4, queen d4, queen d1. And I think Wei Yi came with a strategy here, I feel, because in the first round he played Benko with reverse colors, which is a very dynamic opening, and now with the black pieces against Arjun, he's doing a similar thing where he's going for dynamic opening. So I think he came with a strategy for the final day. He's looking for those wins.
He has to. I mean, where he is currently placed, he has to go all guns blazing right now. Arjun still goes around shuffling with the queen, sidestepping any ideas on the D line. He eventually has to take out the bishop. Castle first, he pushes the bishop away and only will then continue with development. There's a trade. We might be seeing early endgames. As Arjun does get a worse pawn structure, which Wei is immediately coming towards opening up the C line, rook c8 ideas.
Oh yes, rook c8 looks a bit scary, but he is a pawn up right now, so he can afford to even sacrifice the pawn for some activity later on. But right now, position looking quite balanced because Arjun having the extra pawn, but black having some weaknesses, also more developed pieces as well. So pretty balanced so far, I would say, from both of these players, but I just don't see them making a draw.
All right, well, we'll see if your predictions are on point right now or not. Let's quickly check in with Wesley's board against Volodar before we head over to Vishy versus Nihal. And I see a really ugly knight on 8-6, which is exactly what Murzin is trying to reroute, perhaps to get it to g8, eventually break with f6.
Knight g8 f6 just looks so sad because I can play f4 as well, and I don't know what's the future for this knight. Maybe he's just hoping that at some point Wesley will take on h6.
That would be the dream, right? Because it opens up the G line as well. And f6 has to be played right now. You need to break in the center. You have to break this connect 4 that Wesley has. He does it. But Wesley definitely with the space advantage and looking very strong in this position. Murzin is just struggling.
Oh, he takes the pawn on f6. I would have actually gone for f4 instead, but ef6 also looking pretty tempting. There is a slight tactic here. You can go queen d2 and have some g5 ideas in the position. He goes f4 with a similar idea in mind. He wants to push g5 and take the piece. Black plays bishop e4. That's a mistake. My first question is, why is g5 not possible? Because you can take, actually we should show this, g5, this bishop takes g2, king takes g2, and knight f5 and the bishop on e3 is the target here. But bishop e4 was a mistake, and Wesley rightly capitalizes on it by going knight d2. And now the question is, where do you put your bishop? Wesley almost having a winning advantage, Tanya.
G5 is still a massive threat at the right time. If that bishop was to move back, G5 wins on the spot. Pawns controlling all the breaks in the center. No E5. He moves the knight back, and at least you can pick up the bishop at the center of the board and say that E4, E6 weakness, good luck defending it.
Oh yes, and he plays queen c2, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. Murzin defends it, but how long are you going to defend this pawn on e4? It is in white's camp and it is isolated.
Alright, so let's go to Vishy versus Nihal. Although in our standings, Nihal currently at third position, sole third with 6 points and a 1-point margin over Praggnanandhaa. Vishy also in the mix in fourth position right now. So could be very relevant for our standings, but more than that, just the position. It looks like Vishy's king on h1 and the rook on h3 somehow misplaced. They're making no sense to me.
Actually, just if I can go just like 3 moves before, Nihal had just pushed h4 and Vishy played rook h3 here. Had he gone knight c3, knight g3, h g3, h g3 is just checkmate here.
So you have to put the rook on h3?
Exactly. So this is where the current position lies, and that's why the rook on h3 exists, to not allow these knight g3 check ideas in the position. And by the way, Vishy completely taking over.
Yeah, I'm really glad you broke that down, why that happened, because it was making absolutely no sense. Why would there be a rook on h3? And the point is, once you've stopped the ideas on the king's side, you're going all out on the left flank right now. First you hit the bishop, then the a-pawn's about to move forward, and the bishop doesn't even have too many squares.
He goes bishop f2, wants to go knight g3 check. I think this is what he wants to play all along. And a4, your move, Tanya, on the board with a5 ideas. And where is this queen going?
Oh, he goes knight g3. He's going all out. Nihal Sarin is pawn takes knight. He's saying, I have to bank only on the tactics here. I'm lost on one flank. I'm playing for the tricks on the other. And Saj, with little time on the clock, maybe this attack isn't easy to handle.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was going to say. I don't think this is easy to handle whatsoever. I don't think Vishy is winning here, which is usually not a good sign. You're a piece up. Technically, you should be winning.
Queen c6 was the only square, and Vishy c6 the only move. He makes a blunder, just rook takes rook, and he can't believe it because there's a checkmate to follow. Vishy completely missed this idea, and Nihal apologizes there. He's almost feeling bad. Sahaj, pawn takes rook. d4 is what Nihal had set up. Look at that sneaky Queen c6. And you know, Vishy completely having a blind spot on this. And Nihal hated winning like this against Vishy.
You could see that. You could see it. He even apologized to his opponent there. And nobody likes winning like this. But, you know, if you miss, you know, these things in Blitz, it can only happen in Blitz, yeah, these things. But sad for Vishy. He's starting off with 0 out of 2. No, he defeated, yeah, he lost to Wei Yi and then Nihal, 0 out of 2 so far.
You know, you set up this trick, you set up this cheapo. Well, I don't even want to call it cheapo because it was quite a sneaky idea to start with when the queen moved there. And in fact, Vishy had one move, a blue arrow pointed it out to control an e4 square. Meanwhile, we've got a result on this one. Sahaj, this ends in a draw peacefully. But oh my god, I'm just thinking about that. Queen c6, you said Vishy completely in control one move ago, the bar showing advantage white. And then a blunder that walks into a checkmate.
A mate in 3 was blundered, which is very, very unexpected. But it happens in Blitz. And with Arjun, by the way, making a draw, this gives Wesley a golden opportunity to take a full point lead after round 2.
And he's done everything right. He's up a whole pawn in this position. And look at that connect 3 that he's got. Solid pawn formation, rook occupying a beautiful D line. Watch out for any back rank ideas with the b8 square soft for the white queen. The d8 square being eye-lined by the rook. Queen a5, the last move. It hits on a2.
And now a3 can be a nice move played, by the way, by Wesley. He goes e3, putting an interference along the 3rd rank. Queen takes a3 is the plan for Murzin. And now Wesley can just ignore this, play g5 and f6, and he does it. Wow. Beautiful move. And if he takes on a3, then I believe there is just f6 in this position. Even bishop h5 in this position looks very, very tempting. Does he take? He doesn't take. He goes knight e4. Now we have queen takes e3 and queen takes f5. And now more or less Murzin is back because last move of Wesley was not the best.
It's still pretty tricky, I'm finding this for black, you know, with the 2 knights lined up on that diagonal, a knight c5, rook d5, hitting one of the knights, hitting the queen as well. A lot of tricks in the position. Wesley still has an extra pawn. You know, I still think Wesley has got good chances of winning this game.
Yeah, but both of them having 10 seconds on the clock, not easy.
Anything can happen in these moments, in these final time scrambles. Queen e5 offering a queen trade. And this gives Wesley some relief because now you feel you're playing for 2 results. You dislodge that central knight as well. Give up the bishop. That's a whole extra pawn. This is a winning endgame, Sahaj, for Wesley.
Yep, this must be a winning endgame. But still some tricks. As long as there is a knight on the board, there are always tricks possible. But it's about how he converts this. Gives a check. King g4.
Whoa. Moves made barely in seconds. Now coming in. Rook d2 attacks the knight.
Rook f2 he plays, and now so they're playing so quickly. Gives the check. Can't take the pawn because the knight on e2 is hanging there.
But he's checking knight f4, rook c4, so you have to be careful. And he does it. He falls for it, Sahaj. He falls for the idea.
But wait,
knight e5. He didn't fall for an idea. He set up a trap. And the point is that at the end of it, when the dust settles, Murzin would have lost the knight on f4. And the heartbreak on him as he realizes it's all over, resigns. The nightmare continues for Murzin. Wesley in the hunt for the title.
Wow, 1 point lead and in style. What a game that was. He's 9 out of 11 now. That is crazy.
9 out of 11. That is a mammoth score. Let's go, Wesley. I couldn't agree more with this because, you know, Sahaj, at the end of it, Wesley's a player who's been in Kolkata every single year and hasn't won either the Rapid or the Blitz. He's looking for his first title here. And 9 out of 11, you almost start feeling like he deserves it already.
Basically, yes. I mean, there's 1 point lead and that's not even the whole story. Nihal is also 1 point behind. Pragg is also 1 point behind. Basically, the difference between 1 and 4 is 6 points right now. This is the current position. Oh, Vidit has also just blundered and Hans Niemann gets his first win of the day against Vidit. And with that, I believe the open section has finished. Shall we look at the women's section to see what is going on there?
The answer is that one as well comes to and end, I believe, with there's actually games on there. So let's head straight over to Divya versus Vaishali right now. It's a knight pawn endgame, and knight pawn endgame right here. Vaishali versus Carissa.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Divya versus Vantika. Let's bring up Divya versus Vantika on our board, Sahaj. It's a rook pawn ending with 2 extra pawns for Divya.
Yeah, usually the F and H pawns are considered to be a draw, but when you have these extra pawns on the A line, it makes the conversion really simple. Without the A pawns, this is a theoretical draw, but definitely not an easy one. And I would like to remind everyone, including the chat, that Arjun defended this position against Magnus in the World Blitzes World Rapid Day 1, which was an absolute treat to watch.
But there were no A pawns present there, and that's what makes a huge difference. With A pawns, the position is winning regardless. And in fact, Arjun won an endgame. I'm forgetting against which player, but he had these 2 extra F and H, but in that one he had the A pawns as well, and he converted that. Divya looks like she's doing just that. She's now won the A pawn, and the further away the passes are, the easier it gets. F7 a huge threat now.
Oh yes, 2 pawns, just push the A pawn, push the F pawn. Something will queen for sure as she goes F7, and now King G6 played. She plays Rook G8 check, and now she's just
making sure that black doesn't have any stalemates, because you queen and then black starts giving like lots of checks with the rooks. Yeah. And whether it works or not, Divya doesn't want to give any chances of stalemates. And only now she queens when the black king has enough running space.
Oh yes, she gives a check. Okay, this is just a checkmate. They're just playing out towards the end, and that is a checkmate.
And with that, Divya gets a win set. Let's go to Vaishali versus Carissa. Huge for our standings as well. And this one just finished.
Carissa Yip has defeated Vaishali with the black pieces, and with that, I believe she takes the lead in the women's section. She was on 6 points, and I think she will be on 7 after this.
Yes. She lost the first game, she won the second one, so she's back in her usual winning ways right now. But Saj, what I really want us to do is a slow action replay of what happened there at the end of the Wesley game, because it just felt like he walked into a blunder, but actually that was the winning trap that won the game on the spot. We'll get to that just right now as Sahaj sets it up, and then we'll talk about all the standings and everything that just happened.
So this was the position, just trying to find the game, and it was around this moment. He's an extra pawn up, but Murzin was fighting for quite some time, and he had basically equalized the position.
And so I just stop here, because this is the moment that it felt like 1 second he just missed a check. You can't capture the pawn immediately because the knight hangs on e2.
Exactly.
But actually this is so sneaky what Wesley did this one with knight f3.
Oh yes, I think he saw. I mean, I cannot believe how quickly, with 5 seconds on his clock, he was able to spot all of these tactics. But Murzin falls for it. He gives a check, removing the knight from the rook's vision. He goes king g3.
If here Murzin goes knight h5 check and then captures on c4, and chat, we want you to remember this position. This is the key difference. If you give a check on h5 and capture on c4, you're drawing this game.
Oh, yes.
The difference is that the knight on f4 at the end of the line of what happened in the game hangs. On h5, it would have been safe.
Yes, absolutely. Because he took immediately, and now he gives a check, another check, and if you go king e7, you just capture the knight, the rook on c4, and now you cannot capture here because I will capture your knight on f4, and this is why Tanya says knight h5 check. The intermezzo was really important to keep things balanced.
And the difference is that now wherever you give a check with the knight, the king moves closer to the knight. In that position, because there was a rook on the 4th rank, and this is why, it comes down to those seconds. With no time on the clock, these things happen.
Oh yes, Blitz and Blunder, go hand in hand.
Oof, what a round, what a start this has been to the final day as Rakesh put a championship Sunday here in Kolkata. Let's take a look at our results from round 11 as we set the stage for the standings. And this is what it was, Sahaj. Again, 4 decisive games. This is what we love about Blitz, that no matter how balanced or level positions are, in the end, anything can happen.
Oh yes. But looking at the standings, I think it looks really, really difficult for people to catch up to Wesley because he is on a rampage right now. Look at that. After 9, Arjun is on 8, Nihal is on 7, Pragg is on 6, Wei Yi is on 5. Just 1 point difference between each of these players, and Wesley sitting at the top. Just think about this, that Wei Yi has to win 4 games and Wesley has to lose 4 games for him to catch up. That
9 out of 11 is just, it's hard to get your head around it.
It's a ridiculous score, I think.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what it looks like in the top 5, the scoring, but a completely different storyline in our women where it's a lot closer. The whole battle with just half a point separating the players, but Carissa Yip one more time takes the lead.
Oh yes, and behind her, Stavroula and Goryachkina just half a point, behind each other. And Divya has also joined the leader, the co-leader with Goryachkina there with her win against Vantika. It will be interesting to see how this match unfolds, but yes, very, very close so far.
All right, let's see the matchups that we've got going on, because Wesley looks unstoppable, but guess what? He's playing a player who knows exactly how to stop the unstoppable. It is going to be Wei Yi versus Wesley, and that's going to be a banger of a match. And right behind him, we've got Arjun versus Nihal as well. So ahead for me, these are the two matchups that feature the top 3. And in the mix, there's one player, Wei Yi, who can completely throw a googly here.
Oh yes, completely agreed. Same can be said for Nihal as well. So both of these players are having a pretty...
Well, Nihal is in the top 3. He is, if he wins right now, he catches up Arjun.
No, he doesn't catch up. Yeah, he does catch up to Arjun, yes. Not to Wesley, but yes, to Arjun for sure.
All right, and we'll also take a look at the pairings in the women right now. And we've got Carissa Yip versus Nana Dzagnidze. Another very fascinating matchup that's going to be. For Carissa, it's not going to be an easy one at all. And then we've got Divya up against Lagno. Lagno finally did win a game in the previous round. So Divya, can she count on her form and Lagno's lack of it to go up the leaderboard? Which one do you think we will be keeping a look on in the women?
I think Lagno versus Divya is a very big one because Lagno's still in the mix. And Carissa versus Nana, of course, Carissa being the tournament leader and Nana one of the most experienced player, I think, in this field. I think these two matches are going to be super important here.
So Carissa's match, Divya's match, we're going to have an eye on that. And of course, Wesley taking on Wei Yi and Arjun versus Nihal. I think Arjun versus Nihal is the match that chat wants to see. That's the one that they want us to focus on. And there we go into our tournament hall. We've got Harika on the board, Lagno arrives, Goryachkina setting up her pieces.
Oh yes, I think players are just getting ready. 2 minutes until we begin the round. But there we see Vidit, Stavroula, Hans, Carissa, so many players just getting ready for their third round. Anything is possible, but right now Wesley is feeling like a king.
And you've got all the reasons to. Once again, just 9 out of 11. It's unreal. And it's not only unreal in terms of the numbers. Look at the field against which Wesley is playing right now.
And that too after blundering a mate in 1 on the first round itself.
Yes, against Vidit. In a winning position. Walking into that checkmate. And from then, just unstoppable. He's only let go of 1 point ever since that game, which seems now ages ago. As we also see Murzin and Hans, they have taken their place. For Vishy, it was heartbreak in the previous round against Nihal.
Oh yes, blundering that mate in 3, I think that is definitely not, something you expect from Vishy, and he doesn't have enough time to also, recollect his thoughts. So wishing the best for him there. There we have Divya playing against Lagno. That's going to be an interesting match as well.
Also a big clash of styles this one is, Lagno, a very principled, positional player, believes in the setups, the plans, the long-term aims and goals of a position, while Divya, extremely aggressive, attacking, always looking for that chaos. And I feel that's exactly where she's looking to pull Lagno into, that kind of a game.
Let's see how this match unfolds. It's going to be a very interesting one. There we have handshakes. Let's start off with Nihal versus Arjun. Wait. Did Arjun just play b6?
Yes, he did, Sahaj. He is fan catoing, but on the other side. All right, but this usually does have the makings of a Queen's Indian defense, and it's, I think, slowly transposed into the Petrosian line with a3 being played, and Nihal plays in slightly non-standard. If knight f3, we would have standard chess theory right now, but bishop f4, a semi-new move.
Absolutely. And Tanya, this Petrosian system is the first opening I believe you and I also played a match in the Tata Steel. It was...
Actually, I just always, in Vaikanze,
yes.
I have always loved playing this a3 setup with the white pieces. The idea is you stop bishop to b4 at any moment, destroying the pawn structure. You also have the concepts of advancing on that flank. Right now, once again, the king of chaos, he's already making those ideas. He wants to take on g3 at the right moment. You don't want to rush with this decision, opening up the h line.
Exactly. You want to wait for white to castle and then
now
you take on g3. Taken. And now maybe some knight d7, try to keep things balanced. Maybe c5 break can be on the cards as well. He goes g6 first. Maybe the aim is to try and fianchetto this bishop.
That would make a lot of sense, but knowing Arjun, the aim might be to go h5 as well someday.
Oh, it is indeed, Arjun. h5, h4, just king g7, rook h8, checkmate. Let's go.
Now that you also point out king g7, rook h8, I'm liking h5 even more. He goes for another idea, another approach in the center first, asking for some decisions. Perhaps trying to fix the center before he advances on the flank. And now, after pawn takes pawn, he stopped e4 advance, right? Arjun stopped the idea of white gaining space.
But e4 is possible now with his last move c6. He is sort of defending d5, but I think he's just trying to not look at the king side whatsoever. But at some point, Arjun is going to throw h5. I just have a feeling.
The problem with committing e4 after d5 has been played is that you end up with an isolated queen's pawn. So it does give dynamics to fight for. So I think Nihal will hold off on that idea. Arjun, I have a feeling he's setting up for h5. Bishop d6 now. I love what Nihal has just done. b5 is so thematic to create a weakness on d5.
Oh yes, when there is a pawn chain, you attack at the base always, because then you create weaknesses with the pawns that are left. So once you go c takes b5, the pawn on d5 becomes isolated, and that is the plan here. And he goes c5, but that gives a free pawn to Nihal. Wait, Nihal is just a free pawn up now.
Arjun doesn't care about pawns. He is looking constantly for those activity, and he gets the queen out. The knight on d5 attack, knight on d2 attacked. He comes back, blocks that. Arjun immediately ready with his response, brings the rook to the central line. A trade, I like this. You're up a pawn, you exchange pieces.
Oh yes, and also taking away the double bishop advantage. Huge in this position, in this scenario. And now the d4 pawn is you're just up a pawn without any compensation whatsoever. Wow, dream position I would say for Nihal, as he offers the trade of queens. Very smart, but g4 was maybe slightly better.
You can't even hide away from it because the bishop on d6 is hanging. He might be just forced to trade the queens off the board, and then you're really talking about no compensation for that pawn.
Oh yes, then you play rook e1, rook c1, and okay, you just slowly try to grind this out, and Arjun will have to play flawlessly in order to hold this position.
Nihal now getting into technical territories here. He's up a pawn. He'll look at trading off the rooks. If you can get the rooks off the board, the minor pieces will make it easier. Ideas of a4, rook takes rook, rook takes rook. It might look like a3 is hanging. The white rook infiltrates.
Oh yeah, rook c7 is going to be the plan at the end of that line. Maybe even rook a1 is possible, but he does not take. He goes rook d8. And now Nihal fixes the pawn on the light squares, not allowing the bishop to take on a3. But Tanya, let's take a quick look at Wei Yi versus Wesley as well, as Wesley is the tournament leader and he is right now struggling against Wei Yi. His knight on a1 is about to be taken and he is a pawn down as well.
Right now up a piece, but that knight is a goner. And once that's off the board, you are, as Wei Yi saying, I have that extra d pawn, very similar to what Nihal has. Wesley trying to hold solid with a blockade in front of it, but now there's a threat of taking and going rook e7 or even rook e5 to dislodge the knight.
Oh, beautiful. I love this move, rook e5 actually. Very, very nice. The only difference between those two games is that he has these pawns on f3 and f2, and maybe he can take advantage of that in the later stage of the game. He goes knight b4, does not allow the trade of the minor pieces, and now bishop f7 is possible. Can we just chop the golden pawn?
What he's relying on is the idea of rook f8 to line up against the f pawn, and if you go bishop h5, g6 h5, get that bishop out, get counterplay.
And I have a feeling that you're doing puzzle rush a lot, because how are you so sharp? Like, it takes me a while to see these things, but you're able to spot them very, very quickly.
Thank you.
Crazy actually. But
I will say one thing. I think when you're commentating, it's, and we might see this line being played out as well. Also, after you go bishop h5, well, I wouldn't be very tempted to pick up a2 because of rook a1. I think g6 h5 has to be it.
K1, Rook A7 hanging, and now he sees it. Rook F3 on the cards, and now Wesley
is back. Wesley is back is what this is. But I was just going to say, when I commentate with strong players like yourself, Sahaj, that really helps.
Oof. Thank you so much. But and in this sense, you're way too quick, Tanya. it is insane. He gives the check though. King D7 happens, and I think Wesley, even if he holds a draw, Tanya, he might have a 1.5 point lead because Arjun is losing in a losing position against Nihal. That would give him a 1.5 point lead still. So very important that he holds this off.
Well, let's go back to the Nihal Arjun game. Well, this one we can see it's going to be a long battle, a long grind. But Nihal has that extra pawn edge. Rook is infiltrating on the 7th rank. The king forced up. But it feels like knight g5, f7.
Oof.
Everything collapsing one by one.
And he plays knight e4. What technique is this?
I just want to remind everyone, Nihal's already won the rapid. And the thing is, once you start winning, Nihal will be in the mix as well, Sahaj. There's still a lot of rounds to be played here.
Oh, yes. And he drew to Aravindh, defeated Vishy in that game, in that miniature. And now he's taking down Arjun in such a technical, thematic way. Oh, wow. Look at that move. Rook takes f7.
Beautiful.
You cannot capture because his knight d6 check and you take on c8 as well. I think Nihal about to take down Arjun.
Arjun will play on, but probably not for too long. That's another pawn gone now, and which makes g6 so weak because rook f6 is a massive idea if you don't take the rook. How do you even keep this game going actually if you're Arjun? He's struggling to find a way right now. At the back we can see Wesley hurrying, rushing with the moves right now. As Arjun, he's just frozen. He takes it, knight check, picks up the rook.
2 pawns up. He's just 2 pawns up. Pawn on d4, pawn on f2, and that's it.
And we've got the bars right there saying Wesley and Wei Yi is just in the balance. But it's Nihal who's about to take down Arjun. Just that knight coming to c6 at the right moment. You could first start with advancing your king, taking away the d5 square.
He has to make moves quickly.
And this one ends in a draw.
Yep, the game between Wei Yi and Wesley. He plays g5 and now king goes to e4 perhaps. Or he plays g4. So thematic. Takes, fixing pawns on the light squares. Has an extra pawn over here as well.
He now get the knight back.
Just give a check to this king, maybe with the knight on e3 and you will be winning.
e7 is where he's aiming at. The king forced back, the bishop can't leave a5. You're running out of moves. It's become a king pawn endgame now. Your king will be forced all the way back. Nihal even will bring the knight to c6.
Such great conversion there by Nihal. I think this is such a high class game by him. I'm just curious to see what his accuracy is. 93% in a blitz match is very, very good.
This has been textbook by Nihal in good knight versus bad bishop, in good endgame technique, how to improve the king, push your opponent's king back and forcing Arjun to resign.
Wow, what a game by Nihal. Have to give it to him. Arjun didn't have a chance here whatsoever, and that is saying something. Wow.
It's saying Nihal's the one who played like a big boss there. Fantastic performance. That was just start to finish, winning that pawn and never letting go of it. We've got one more game remaining and it's Vidit Gujrathi who's on the hunt for the point here. He's up a pawn already. Sahaj, it's another knight pawn endgame. He picks up the second pawn. Does Vidit get it done this time? He's got about 14 seconds on the clock.
I think this should be a winning position. g4 is a nice threat here. Goes f3 and try to play g4 and create a passer on the king's side. Gives a check first, try to keep things complicated. Maybe can bring the king to f4 at the right moment, and he does it. And now g4 can be nice. Oh, third pawn. Wow. Another pawn taken. You can just take it, no?
Knight h3, knight f2. You're just looking at all these checks against the white king. Vidit says, I don't want to calculate any of that. Plays with a cautious first approach.
Plays c5.
I like that. King coming to f4. Sahaj, black's pieces will be distracted to defend that queening pawn, the pass pawn on the c file, which will leave f5 vulnerable. King takes knight c7, game over.
Oh, wow. And now c7 anyways. Now the king is tied down to this pawn. Goes king f4 and Pragg resigns. And with that, Vidit moves up to 6 out of 11. Great win by him. Let's move on to the women's section to see what is happening there. There are 2 games still remaining.
Harika is about to and she just did. We can see it at the back. Beautiful. I just saw there. A really nice finish. Harika starting the day on a high, but But this is the big matchup here, Carissa Yip against Nana. I have to say, it looks like Carissa is just crashing through with that A-pawn.
Oh yes, this I don't know why this is not shown as completely winning, but it looks so difficult to hold this for the black side because you have a rook behind the passer, and then it's only a matter of time before you bring the king to c7, play rook b8, and you can just queen. Nana just trying to deny all of these rook trades for now. She brings the king to c6, king b7 is a possibility, and then you can just queen. Wow.
Very nice technique here by Carissa. She trades off one pair of the defensive rook. Now the king will just march across to attack the other. Nana about to resign. And I think she's going to try to create some chances with the pawns on the right side, saying that I'll give up my rook for the pawn. She had to do that, I think, Sahaj, at some point. She's going to do it now.
She had to go gf4. Wait. That's a draw. She had to go gf4. Ooh.
And now g5, h4. You create the h bar, so the white king is too far away.
Wow, that was a gift right there. And Nana is now safe.
And you can tell from just looking at Nana that she knows that she's got this. King g2. Nothing's going to stop h2 and h1. You'll give a few checks, but that's in vain. The rook will be forced back and we'll see a repetition. And that's it. It's handshakes. Carissa Yip concedes the draw.
Wow, but still maintains a 1 point lead over everybody else in this match. So we have the leaders have clearly emerged in both of these sections. Wesley having a 1.5 point lead, Tanya, and Carissa Yip having a 1 point lead right there.
And 3 decisive games, all won by white. It was Murzin who finally got the win. Sahaj, a much needed one, and it's against none other than Hans Niemann. We didn't get a chance to look at it, but if I would have to guess, I think Hans probably went on to overpress over-ambitiously, and Murzin then took his chance when he got it. Vidit versus Praggnanandhaa. Vidit takes the win there. Nihal, a huge win against Arjun, making a case for his chance for a second podium finish here in Kolkata. Meanwhile, Wei Yi holding off the Wesley attack.
You did predict this. You did say that Wei Yi will...
The googly came in.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And of course, there we have the results for the women's section as well. Vaishali taking down Stavroula. Carissa Yip, just narrowly making a draw against Nana. She was completely winning, but in those final moments, Nana held on. Lagno defeating Divya, Vantika losing to Harika, and then we have Rakshita defeating Goryachkina, which is huge.
Let's take a look at where that leaves us with our leaderboard. Speaking of huge, look at that 1.5 point difference there for Wesley. So 9.5 with that last round draw. Just some incredible chess being played here in Calcutta by him. And then you've got Nihal, Arjun breathing down his, not even really breathing down his neck. That's a 1.5 point difference, and then a 2 point difference to Vidit and Praggnanandhaa.
1 and 2's difference is okay, understandable, but the difference between Arjun and Vidit is so big that it just makes you think that nobody can realistically catch up to Wesley now. Even though you have 6 rounds, something has to go really terribly wrong for Wesley for other players to catch up to him.
It's huge gaps, right, in the scoring in the open. Very surprising leaderboard, I want to say, especially given a blitz. Wesley consistently playing phenomenally right now, but beyond him, you see a 2 point difference, a 1.5 point difference. So just very non-standard for a blitz tournament. And then in the women's side, we've got 7.5 points for Carissa, and then again a 1 point difference with 3 players at 6.5 right there behind Carissa, and that would be including 2 Indians, Vaishali and Harika. Harika really finding her late form.
Oh yes, taking down so many players in the process. I think she's feeling quite well. And then we have Lagno finally making that comeback, 2 wins back to back at 6. I think you really cannot count her out because I think she's now looking to score some huge wins.
You've been saying that for a while, and it's slowly creeping up. I mean, she started the day at the bottom of the leaderboard. She's already in the mix, in the middle right now. 2 back-to-back wins, and that's got to do something for your confidence as well. Not that Lagno needs any of it. The 3-time Women Blitz champion, just fresh of a victory in the Rapid. And we will be starting the action of round 13, the next round, very soon. But first, we're going to go into a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back as we go into the mid-section of the final day here. Big rounds coming up, big clashes coming up. Leaderboard looks completely crazy, especially in the open. Wesley So with a fantastic run so far, a 1.5 point lead. Carissa Yip also doing great things in her section. And Sahaj, we've got some really juicy matchups, including Vishy versus Arjun.
Oh yes, Vishy versus Arjun is always a treat to watch. And then we have Wesley playing against Nihal as well.
My goodness.
So this is a treat on both boards there.
You know, I'll make a prediction, Sahaj. If Wesley's run isn't put to a halt by Nihal, I think he takes it. If Nihal is able to do what no one has been able to do so far in the Blitz today, I think the field is wide open. We can't predict a champion.
But remember, he still has to play Arjun as well, Wesley.
That's fine. I'm still saying it.
Wow.
That this is, I think, going to be a very decisive round. And I think Nihal, this is a huge opportunity for him to do some leapfrogging for his own case as well.
Oh yes, I think that's super important for the standings there. There we see Nihal on the board.
And let's not forget, just in the rapid, how Wesley gifted that point to Nihal. You know, on the very last day, the penultimate round there, with the black pieces as well, Nihal won that game.
So some grudge matches there.
And it's handshakes, it's go time. Can the beast, can the unstoppable Wesley be stopped? He's usually the immovable object in the mix of things, but here he's unstoppable force.
He's immovable from that number one spot. That is for sure. As he goes deep. By the way, did you see that Nihal adjusted all of his pieces after the clock started actually? Interesting, yeah? We have the Yanovsky system there with A6. Pretty solid variation in this.
You know what
opening.
my chess.com is calling this opening? It's calling it the Magnus's Queen's Gambit.
Oh yes, actually it's also...
But that's because... Go on, Sahaj.
It's actually both, yeah?
Yes.
Yanovsky and Magnus Queen's Gambit as well.
And I think the reason for that is, I don't think Magnus was the first player to play this A6 move, but he really popularized it a lot.
Yes.
And it's, when it came on, it was just this move to confuse white because it's non-committal but has long-term advantages that come into play. And Magnus was the first one to show all of that. So here we have a Magnus's Queen's Gambit.
Beautiful. Also, it forces the c pawn to either take or to push c5, and you simplify these matters on the center part of the board. And I think Nihal looking quite comfortable right out of the opening.
And the advantage of that trade early on is the light squared bishop that Nihal has gets activity very early on instead of being blocked behind his own pawns. Meanwhile, Wesley saying, I literally don't care. I'm coming from a minority attack. You played a6. It's given me a hook. I'm eyeing b5, a4, b5 at the right moment.
Oh yes, the queenside attack in the Queen's Gambit decline is always a huge plan. Meanwhile, Nihal has to create some chances on the king side there.
And Sahaj, Vishy in huge trouble already against Arjun. Should we quickly jump to that one? As I see, there is a castle on the board. Vishy's king is still stuck in the center. Development not over. Rook on d1, eyeing the queen.
Is this like knight f5 is a huge threat, no?
The last move was a bishop retreat because it was under fire on that f4 square. Knight f5, knight b5.
I mean, where do you even put the queen? You can't put it on c7, c6, b5.
I'll tell you another idea that you need to watch out. e5 is a move that's extremely scary as well.
Yes, it's very, very scary indeed. Knight d5 perhaps could be an idea there for black, but he goes knight h5. Knight f5, wow! Where is the queen even going? It can go to c6, but knight d6 check. Wouldn't that just be GG? Because Vishy can never castle then.
And I think knight f5 has to be the square because knight b5 actually walks into queen into knight. So you have to execute the idea correctly.
Massive respect on that. Look at this chat. If knight b5, there's queen takes b5. And hello, you have the spin over here. Nicely spotted. So knight f5, very, very important to play. You cannot make a mistake here. Arjun taking his time to think.
You know, it feels like black is so behind in development, has spent so much time only moving those knights, that suddenly your king is under a lot of danger. And today, a lot has gone wrong for Vishy.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it is his day. And his match against Nihal, I think, really threw him off.
Right, there's some big opening mistakes in this one. And Arjun looking at scoring a point. Sahaj, are we going back to the Nihal board?
Let's take a quick look what's happening there. So he has captured on f3. And
by the way, Arjun did go knight f5.
Oh, wow. So Arjun on the brink of, I think, winning this match. And in this one, I think there is a slight imbalance with the bishop and the knight, and you can take on c6, and this is basically the best you can hope for, the weakness on c6.
Alright, but this one, I think in the balance, like you said, there's a weakness on c6, but black has active open lines, the a4 square under control, ideas of h4 at the right time, knight c4, I love that move. So let's go back to the Vishy game, because I have a feeling that now with the king completely denied castling for the rest of the game, Vishy plays e5 so that white isn't able to get e5 and a strong hold on that bishop, has now relinquished control of the d5 square.
Oh yes, this is the drawback principle. Whenever you push a pawn, you look at the square adjacent to it, and the d5 square is weak right now. And Arjun playing g3, super thematic, controlling the f4 square and asking the right questions. Okay, where is that knight? What is that knight on h5 really doing? If you cannot play knight f4, you're forced to bring the knight back to f6, and that's admitting your position is bad.
I think that ship has sailed. It has been admitted already that the position is bad. Vishy has to be feeling the pressure here. And he just simply retreats now. Rook d6, rook d1 ideas in the air as well. Rook d6, rook takes knight ideas, knowing Arjun, to get that knight d5 at the right moment. Vishy rerouting his knight. The rook enters, queen attacked.
Are we going to see rook takes f6? Moment of truth.
Anyone else, I would say why, but it's Arjun, so anything can happen. I won't be surprised. He might go rook d1.
Anya, there was a very nice tactic. It's just going to take a very quick moment to show you.
Do it.
Let's say rook d1, black plays like h6 or something. Rook f6, gf6, knight d5. Queen takes c2, knight f6 is checkmate.
Oh, wow.
Just wanted to show this. But he plays rook b6.
So glad he did. That was beautiful. Okay, he played rook b6. He's attacking b7 right now. And the thing is, you can move your knight, but you're still not getting castling in. That bishop on a3 is an unchallenged monster.
Exactly. You can hope to put that knight on c5, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here. He goes rook c7.
Not even going to be close to being enough. He defends that pawn on b7. You can get that knight, but it's not even going to be stable there. Bishop d6. Wow. Every move coming with an attack. Hitting the queen, hitting the pawn, hitting the rook.
I mean, this bishop d5 is just a free pawn there. He goes rook c6. Take, and just take the pawn on e5. And okay, you got an extra pawn for all of that compensation. Maybe it's not the most ideal, but okay, you should be objectively winning there. He takes the pawn on e5.
And chat, you can see the bars across for all the games. Just a quick update as we stay to this one. Wesley So Nihal Sarin in the balance. Hans Niemann better against Wei Yi in his game. Praggnanandhaa close to winning against Murzin. Vidit pushing against Aravindh. Looking at another absolute bloodbath of a match as Arjun also looking to take the win here. e5 attacks the knight. Are you going to put it in the center of the board? The queen on c2 is pinned.
Maybe something like queen b3 can make sense here.
He plants it to the center. Knight takes knight, queen takes queen. Do you have knight e2 check?
Knight takes g3 check.
One knight takes pawn will come with a check. Did Arjun just miss and rush through this sequence?
Okay, giving
He's
Vishy,
just given back his pawn.
He just gave Vishy a lifeline here.
It really feels like that.
Okay, but still I think Arjun having some pressure here. But there is a 30-second difference between these two players. Vishy, as usual, playing super quickly.
I'll point out bishop versus knight. The bishop dominating that black knight with the 2 square difference at the center of the board. It's how you want to place your pieces in this dynamic. He's also got the strong e5 pawn. He retreats, attacks the knight. The rook about to come in. He first improves the position of his king. Light squares, king e4 as well. Goes in with the rook.
And then f5 as well could be the idea as well. But rooks on the 7th rank is the plan. Maybe rook c7. You cannot trade off the rooks.
He will get everything. He gets the rook. Now he's attacking a6. Needs to be defended. Rook c6 is one way to do it. But king e4, king d5. How comfortable are you feeling with that? Or do you go on the counter offense with rook b8?
Rook b8 I think can be met with b3. And then there are some problems in this position. As if you go rook c6 then there's king e4.
Exactly what I was saying. King d5 is coming in.
That was I'm not sure if Vishy is okay in this position now. I'm not sure anymore. I think this looks very difficult. Wait, a6 pawn. What did he miss?
Well, king d5 was coming in. I don't think he missed anything. It's just a bad position to hold. It's very difficult to hold it with seconds on the clock. King d5, c5 under attacks ahead.
But now c5 pawn will also fall, right?
Everything.
Now it's 2 pawns.
Yeah, it was just inevitable in either case. And now the a pawn will start moving forward as well. Gives a check. King keeps moving ahead. Sahaj, Wesley, Nihal still in the balance. Let's stay to this one. Let's watch the end of this.
Absolutely, yes, because it's 2 points up and Vishy resigns and Arjun moves up 9 out of 13. And let's move on to Wesley versus Nihal to see what's going on there. By the way, there was a blunder by Nihal somewhere which Wesley didn't capitalize on, but he is a pawn up against Nihal. Nihal just made a move in 1 second. And now the pawn on f7 is hanging. Wait, what? Is he just 2 pawns down here?
He's down 2 pawns. He's trying to create a queen and a knight dynamic, which is a very dangerous one. And look at that. The knight has gone all the way in, attacks the bishop. Wesley comes in with a check. He's looking at getting the bishop back into the defense. The knight comes back, attacking the pawn on f2, attacking the bishop on g4.
He plays king g1. Very nice move, protecting the f2 pawn. Oh, wow. He's completely winning.
No time on the clock. Someone's about to get flagged.
You think so? Someone? Yeah, it is definitely possible. King what? Okay, knight e1 check.
King f1, he comes back. f2 is soft. Wesley pushing all of Nihal's pieces back.
Now h4 can be a nice move. He plays g5, not allowing him to play h4. Very tense situation here. Nihal has to find a way to hold this.
Look at the speed with which the players are playing. For Nihal, seconds is an eternity, an entire game. But Wesley keeping pace with the bullet beast.
Oh yes, and queen e6 and queen. Oh wow, bishop g2 played. Bishop h1 played. I think he's just trying to gain some time so he can think how to convert this position. He is 2 pawns up. Technically, he should be winning this. He plays f4. That was a mistake.
But this forces a queen trade, and now this is a game for proper 2 results only. So Wesley playing it very safe right
Tanya,
now.
1 result because this is a wrong color.
Oh, the knight has to just give itself up for the pawn. But how easy is it going to be to find a path to that f4 pawn? Sahaj defensive idea. Give that knight for the f4 pawn, and that is handshakes. But Wesley isn't making it easy, Sahaj. He's not letting the knight close to that pawn.
Yes.
It's not finding a path.
Basically, he should not push f5 because black will go knight takes f5, sacrifice the knight and put his king on h8, and that would be a draw. So it's very important to not give up the f-pawn here.
It hangs by a thread, this position, but a thread looks like it's going to be enough to hold. The knight coming to e6 now, and this is how he does it. He gets that knight on that square. 8-6, he's simply going to give a check and even pick up the bishop. The king is in time to stop that pawn, and this ends in a draw any moment now.
Oh yes, great. Oof. I think defense by Nihal was very, very tense. h7 played. He's just trying to sacrifice all of his pawns, and it should be a draw there. All smiles at the end. Wesley knew he was winning, but okay, Nihal manages to hold on. Wow, what a match this was. By the way, there's one more match remaining between Vidit and Arvind. Let's jump to that one as they are playing in under seconds. Same situation there, Tanya, by the way. He has a wrong color pawn. Oh.
It's results already as Arvind resigns. Sahaj, because wrong color pawn, but there were still knights on the board.
Yes.
So this one ends in Vidit's favor. And once again, in the open, Sahaj, we've got 4 decisive results. And all of them won by white. Take a look at that. It's becoming difficult to play with the black pieces in the Blitz here.
No, it would have been 5, but Nihal showed some nerves of steel in those crunch moments. So props to Nihal for drawing that match. But yes, it looks like white is just dominating here.
And there we've got in front of us the women matchups. And we'll take a look at Divya versus Goryachkina, I believe.
Yes.
And she lost that game. We'll take a look at that, and also with a draw between Harika and Kateryna Lagno. Vaishali Vantika went in Vantika's favor. So Vantika really showing strength here in Kolkata. Even in the rapid, had a decent, reasonable finish here. Wins the game against Vaishali. Nana takes down Stavroula, and Carissa held to a draw by Rakshita. Saj, a good moment to look at our standings, and then perhaps you can take us through some of the action in the women that we were not able to follow. And I would love it if you were to show us the game of Divya Goryachkina. But first, here are the standings. We've got Wesley with 10, but slowly the margins are moving. They're getting closer and closer. Now Arjun at a 1-point striking difference. Nihal half a point behind Arjun, and then you've got a big gap with Vidit and Pragg at 7. It's not so many rounds remaining anymore. We've still got action, but 5 rounds to go. I would say it's still within striking distance for these players. Meanwhile, in the women, a whole point lead for Carissa Yip.
Very nicely summarized there, but maybe if it's close in the open section, then it is only between these three players, Wesley, Arjun, and Nihal, because I think fourth place has a huge difference. There are 3 points between Vidit and Wesley there. So I think for Vidit or Pragg to make a comeback, that would be very difficult. By the way, look at the difference between 5 and 6 as well. That's another 1.5 points. So that's going to be huge. But in the women's section, yes, Carissa Yip right now with a 1-point lead. And looks like all of the players, like look at until Lagno there, all of those players have only 1 point, half a point difference and so on. So still a very close match overall there.
It's going to be fun, the battle. I mean, for Arjun, as we've been talking about, I don't think he wants a 5th bronze here. A 5th bronze in a row is not what he wants. He wants a different color. And I will say Wesley looking dominating in the Blitz so far, but again, players within striking distance given the number of rounds. Sahaj, take us through the action on what happened in the women, because that was quite a firefight between Divya and Goryachkina.
It started off with the Sicilian Alapin, so a safe, solid choice by Divya there. She goes d5, brings the knight to a3 to have some knight b5 ideas. Goryachkina stops these plans with a6. She goes knight c4 to have knight b6 plan. So far we are in mainstream territory. She develops and goes knight fd2, and that was apparently a blunder, but I'm not sure why, because queen g2, there's bishop f3, and okay, it feels like the kind of things that Arjun would do, but she takes the pawn on d4, white goes bishop f3, and queen c5 happens, and right now already Goryachkina having an extra pawn in this position as she pushes b4. Black retreats with the queen. She takes the pawn on d4, knight b6, offering a trade of knights. She brings the queen out, bishop here, a4, takes, and eventually she takes the pawn on b4, and Divya took the pawn on b7. Looks like a logical move, but she should have gone knight b6 instead. And now already we are in this endgame where there is a isolated pawn on d4, and this is what Aleksandra Goryachkina tried to capitalize on. She goes bishop c3 and takes the pawn on d4, the isolated pawn. Black goes rook c8, knight d6, and right now already Goryachkina is a pawn up. She's almost a minute ahead in time as well. So it looks like a pretty good endgame, and it would be very difficult for Divya to hold this off. But although she does have a knight on d6 though, which does give her some hope, but sadly it did not happen this way. She goes e5, a5 was a mistake, and the knight's trade happened. She plays bishop c3, goes for the second pawn on a5, and Divya takes the pawn on e5, bishop b3 happens, rook c1, f6, and it looks like Divya is about to lose her bishops, but no, there's bishop d4, attacking the rook on a7, nice save there, offering the trade of rooks, takes, this is what happened, gives a check, and now suddenly we are in this double bishop endgame where this a pawn is just deadly. There is nothing that can stop this pawn because we have two bishops controlling all the relevant squares. She brings the bishop back and eventually takes the king out, and as we said, no one can stop this pawn from jumping. And that's exactly how Goryachkina managed to convert in this endgame. I think a nice conversion there by Goryachkina.
Fantastic technique there, right? And an endgame where it almost felt like Goryachkina outplayed white in this one.
Yes, but she was a pawn up going into the endgame itself. But yes, that conversion was very, very impressive from Goryachkina's side. She was up on the clock. She was up on the position as well. I think, she's looking pretty strong.
All right, and one player who's looking very strong is Carissa Yip, but she was held to a draw by Rakshita. Again, she is making her debut. Rakshita is here at the Tata Steel Chess India, was impressive in the rapid and holds the tournament leader in this one. So maybe we just have enough time to quickly run through that top matchup in the women.
The Carissa Yip versus Rakshita. Okay, let's do the opening round up very quickly. It was the Italian as usual. She goes a4, putting that trap here. If you go d6, then b4 would trap the bishop here, but Rakshita does not fall for it. She goes for d5. Okay, I think some pretty aggressive play by Carissa Yip. They are expanding on the queen side and having some queen b3 ideas. Later on, she plays bishop f6. Finally, queen b3 happens on the board. The d3 pawn was under attack, so she defends it. Queen d7 happens, and now the knight can now jump to e4 as it does. And Carissa looks like she's taking control of the position, but Rakshita held on pretty well. She plays queen d5, slight error there, takes, and there was almost a golden opportunity which Carissa Yip did capitalize on as she goes c4. Looks like Rakshita is about to lose her piece here, but she plays queen e6, and now this is where the mistake happened. Queen c3, as shown by the blue arrow, was the best move in this position, and Rakshita would almost be losing here because she's losing a piece because queen c3, bishop b2 happens, but she played bishop b2 and allowed Rakshita to go queen takes c4, boom. And if you take on c4 now, then I can capture back with my knight and your bishop on b2 is under attack. So nice save there. She goes rook c1, and now it's Rakshita who has good chances in the position. But, oh, they just repeated moves from the looks of it. Rakshita having an extra pawn in the endgame. She could have continued, I feel, but okay, this is Blitz. Everything relies on intuition, but a nice save by Rakshita regardless, and I think good pressure from Carissa Yip as well.
Carissa Yip, she's 22 years old. She's already got 4 US championships under her belt and right now looking dominating here in the Blitz. I can also see on our cameras that she's already ready, taken her place for the next matchup that's about to begin in just a few moments as the players arrive. Vishy Anand there in the background. We got Vidit, I believe that is, who's already in his place. We got Vidit versus Wesley as the clash, the big clash. But says it does appear that in the Blitz, it's been tough for Vishy.
I think it's Wesley versus Vishy there. Yeah, that's the match. But yeah, for Vishy, I'm not so sure. This day has just been very, very shaky for him. In fact, he has not scored a single win so far, from the looks of it. Wow.
And just at the back there, we've got Praggnanandhaa. That also reminds me of what Vishy said after his fantastic performance in the Rapid, that it was a very thought out strategy to not go low on the clock. He doesn't want to play against, well, the much younger generation in time scrambles. And perhaps that's what's not working in his favor when it comes to Blitz, because that's not a luxury that you had. That's not a choice that you can make. Wesley, does he continue his form right now? It's handshakes. Let's go. It's e4. It's the king's pawn opening by Vishy. The knights come out. Is it going to be the Italian or the Royal Pairs? Vishy sticks to his trusted Royal Pairs. And it's the Berlin.
Wow, Berlin was not on my cards when it comes to Blitz. Are we going to see a Berlin endgame there? Okay, no, he goes rook e1. Pretty solid opening for the white side. He goes rook e1, bishop e7 and retreats the bishop back to f1. The idea is to go d4 and c3 and bring this knight to f3 somehow. Very balanced, solid position for Vishy here, and I mean for Wesley as well. But personally, I have always liked these positions more from the white side.
And just to break down the dynamics of it, there's only one open line, and that's the e-file, and usually that's where all the trades happen, and that's why Berlin is such a solid opening. And while there's a tiny edge with white, it's very minimal. We'll see if Vishy's able to make anything of it. Just a slight ahead lead in development, and it might even be a repetition right now. I wonder if after Vishy says, let's just trade the pieces. I'm expecting more trades to happen. Once the queen comes out, the black knight will move forward, the bishop will come out. On the E line, we might see mass trades going into a very symmetrical endgame. Sahaj, no signs of endgames on our other key matchups here. I want to first go to Arvind versus Arjun, and then Nihal plays Hans.
Ooh, okay, let's start off with Arvind versus Arjun. There it is on the board. Arjun looking to score that win to catch up to Wesley. There is only a 1 point difference between these two players. Arjun having that imbalance that he always enjoys, and right now Arvind has played c5, and it's a difficult decision for Arjun. He should take on c5, but it's not an easy decision, right, Tanya? Because you exchange the queens and the pawns are doubled on the c line.
And they can be targeted immediately, right? You've got knight a4 coming in. The king, you can't castle for the rest of the game. You're going to lose that pawn very soon. I don't see him holding on to it. Arvind looks like he's got things under control, although there is a bishop pair for Arjun. Not sure if it's going to be enough activity on the B line. Saj, I think this one's in the balance. Let's move to Nihal versus Hans. That looks anything but balanced right now.
Well, f4 looks so scary in this position. Nihal, of course, looking to score that win against Hans as well, because he can catch up to Arjun, he can catch up to Wesley. And by the way, I think Wesley's game has already finished. Yes. So Wesley on 10.5 now. Just if Arjun wins this match or Nihal wins this match, they will be half a point or 1 point behind the tournament leader.
And that one ended in a draw, Sahaj, is what you're saying. It was the Berlin draw as expected. A very level opening there. So we didn't miss anything on that. But this one, it looks like it's pretty unmissable. So b4 attacking the knight. And the best move, the only move in the position by the blue arrow, knight takes bishop. You capture it with the queen or the knight. There are pros and cons, right? Knight takes knight, stops knight d5.
Queen takes pawn,
knight.
defends the pawn on e5, and you connect the rooks as well. And that was a better move, and he chose the right one there. And now f5 is what Hans should go for, but definitely not an easy decision there.
It's a very Hans move, though, I have to say. f5, he's always looking for the dynamics on the board. There it is.
Amazing, amazing. Clip it and ship it. He was knight g5, and now can we go e4? Maybe h6 first and then e4, yeah? Played. Wow, we are predicting Hans's moves. It's a superpower. Pawn takes pawn. Let's see if Hans plays it.
I do like the idea of going e4 here as well. You know, Hans might also be tempted to somehow keep the tension in the center. So many options, such little time. Meanwhile, just a quick update that Arjun is slightly better in his endgame against Arvind. Said, should we jump over to that? Nihal half a point behind Arjun. Wesley has already drawn the game. If Arjun was to get a win in this endgame, he closes that margin by half a point.
Absolutely. Look at that pawn on g2.
Oh, G2.
That is a problem here for sure.
But for who? Because it's about to fall now. Knight f7 is coming in with a fork. Bishop is hanging. Pawn on g2 is hanging. Also, how is there a pawn on g2?
And also there's knight c6 and knight e7, and then you take on g2, and then you don't even have double bishops.
Everything is hanging. c6, f7 pawn, bishop e6 defends that. Knight takes pawn, knight takes bishop. c5 would hang, g2 would hang. Said that g2 pawn is clear. We are back and we apologize for that. Some things are not in our hands. Never seen before power cut in that previous round, but everything is back to normal and we are back for the most important round of the day, Sahaj.
It could be the match that decides the winner for the open section. And Tanya, take it away. Who's going to win?
You know, that's the question on everyone's mind. But first, you know what I like to say, Sahaj. You know what we have to do first? We need to set the stage.
Oh, yes.
Let's bring up our standings as we go through where we are. We missed the final moments of the previous round there. We did speak about Wesley, just how unstoppable he is. Currently at 10.5 points. Sahaj, half a point behind him is Arjun Erigaisi, who won his game and Wesley drew his game against Vishy. So with that, the margin has gone to half a point. And then we've got Nihal Sarin on third place, 1.5 points below Arjun. But forget all of that. Right now, just focus on Arjun and Wesley because these two are playing each other in the next round.
Exactly. So we only have 4 more rounds, remaining in this tournament, and Wesley and Arjun are the only ones who are sort of in the mix still. Nihal having a difference of 2 points and Vidit having a 3-point difference in comparison to Wesley is huge. So, next match between Wesley and Arjun decides everything.
It's huge. For Arjun, it's his fate in his own hands. If he wins, he leapfrogs Wesley in standings, looking very comfortable going into those final 3 rounds. For Wesley, so this is really the decider, the judgment point. You know, he gets the job done in this one and he'll cruise through to championship there. Let's also talk about what's going on in the women because there's one girl I want to say there. There's one player there who's been absolutely at the top from the very start, from day one, pretty much from the very first few rounds yesterday. And it's been Carissa Yip.
Oh yes, and she is enjoying that 1-point lead over Harika Lagno. By the way, Lagno at third place is scary, by the way, Tanya. She's making that comeback, I'm telling you. But still, 1-point difference between Carissa and these 3 players, Goryachkina as well. They are still, I think, within striking distance between each other. But Carissa Yip right now completely taking over. Her previous match, we couldn't cover it, but she defended a queen pawn endgame in a spectacular fashion. It was definitely not an easy task. So she must be feeling in good spirits going into round 15.
Kateryna Lagno, after a disastrous day 1 in the Blitz, finishing pretty much at the bottom of the leaderboard, started the day with 4 points and then today bouncing back, win after win, getting up to that third place with 4 rounds to go. She's starting to look like the Lagno that we've come to know and love when it comes to Blitz. You know what they say, form is temporary, class is permanent.
Oof, touche. And I think for me, Lagno still is a very, very dangerous player despite being a point behind of the tournament leader. And I think for me, she is still a favorite. I have to say, because she is an extremely scary player when it comes to faster formats.
The 3 times World Blitz champion, the Kolkata Rapid champion, and what a performance she had on that. We will definitely keep an eye on that. Which says it feels like even there, it's not a given. Even though Carissa has been so impressive, with the way the tournament is shaped up, the leaderboard has shaped up in that with Carissa at the top, Harika, Kateryna and Goryachkina a point behind them, all these 3 players. It's still a tournament wide open. And then in the open, after the next round, I wonder what we'll be saying. Let's bring up our pairings as we're moments away from kick-off for round 15. And said, I think this one's an easy call.
Yep, we have, look at the bottom right of the screen. We are seeing Wesley versus Arjun. All smiles there. These are the 2 tournament leaders. Wesley did defeat Arjun in their previous clash yesterday. But now they're playing with reversed colors and Arjun is looking for that revenge. And if Arjun manages to defeat Wesley, then he would be the tournament leader.
He's not really looking for revenge. He is looking for the championship here. And he knows that this is the game that it comes down to. If he takes down Wesley, Arjun will be so close to it. You know, and at the end of it, everyone gets done with getting that bronze. He's like, I've got 4 of them right now. I don't care about the silver. I'm playing the tournament leader. This is where I want to do it. But Sahaj, he will start with the black pieces. Does that perhaps give the advantage to Wesley with white?
I mean, it's Blitz. I think there is no white or black in
You
Blitz.
say that, but you know how many white wins we've seen today?
Oh yes, and
Back to back.
True. I think, but still, I think in Blitz, maybe the difference is less as in comparison to classical or rapid, longer formats in general. But yes, this match will be the craziest and the most decisive amongst everyone else. As you see, Harika already walking through, trying to remember, trying to get herself back into the zone of the game. Oof. Where are all the other players though?
And as she needs to, she's up against Divya, and these two also have quite a bit of history between each other. Not only in Tata Steel, we remember that very first day where Divya continued to play that end game, which could have been drawn a long time ago. Not just that, at the Women's World Cup, it was Divya who knocked out Harika. They've been teammates, they've been rivals, and right now Harika in third place. She's looking to come on top of that rivalry. Sahaj, we've spoken about the Wesley Arjun matchup. I'm also going to quickly take you through another very exciting one. Nihal Sarin currently at 8.5, 2 points behind Wesley, 1.5 points behind Arjun, is also playing Praggnanandhaa. That one's going to be a mouth-watering clash as well. But again, I think our focus, our attention, chat. And you tell us in chat, let's have a poll up. Will Wesley keep his lead? Simple question. As Rakesh Bhai is sitting right across from here. Will Wesley keep his lead after... Louder.
Yes.
For the kids at the back.
Yes.
I think, I know I said that white or black doesn't matter, but if Wesley wanted to sort of keep things solid, I think, he can do that and keep his lead. Now, whether he wants a half a point distance between him and Arjun going into the final 3 rounds, that's a different story.
So Rakesh very confidently saying that yes, Wesley will keep his lead going into the final 3 rounds is his prediction, but I want to see what chat says. What does our chat think? Let's put it on our global channel, on our Indian channel as well. Again, will Wesley keep his lead going into the next round? He plays against Arjun. To keep the lead, Wesley at least needs to draw the game. But I think a draw and he keeps the lead.
Yes.
But if Ajju Bhai does Ajju Bhai things, then Sahaj, we're talking about a completely different tournament. One in which for the first time, we'll have a different leader.
Oh, yes. And, when you say Ajubai things, are we expecting some G6 or are we expecting some D6 or maybe his favorite Scandinavian? Some offbeat openings, or as, by the way, Tanya, I did look at that opening yesterday that Arjun played with that Queen F6, you remember? In the Spanish that he played yesterday.
Yes.
I'll have it for the chat as we wait for the players. It was his E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6 and Bishop B5 and Queen F7. And do you know who plays this a lot? It's one of the chess bras who actually plays this a lot. Aman Hambleton has a lot of games in this opening as the players are actually there. But yeah, it's actually a very interesting opening to try out with the black pieces.
I wonder if we'll see a repeat of that one. And we saw there Wesley come on with the handshakes. He's there in the background there. Both of them know just the gravity of this game. How much importance it carries for the rest of the tournament, Sahaj. Again, Wesley has been on fire. And one almost gets the feeling that it's only Arjun, the other player, who's half a point behind Wesley. At 10 points. Feels like the only one in the race who can stop him right now. Will he get it done?
That is the big question. And if anyone can, it is Arjun. Otherwise, we are looking at that.
What do you think? What do you think, Sahaj?
No, I'm not making.
You believe in Wesley or?
No, I believe in Arjun, of course, but that's more of a longer like saying for me. But because for me, Arjun is my favorite player. But in this match, I'm not sure because it's Blitz. Anything is possible.
And then in the background, we see Pragg's arrived as well. Handshakes on his board. A big clash, that one as well. If Arjun does it and if he's able to blow open the field with a win, Nihal also catches up a little bit depending on what happens in his matchup against Praggnanandhaa. And their center stage we've got right in front of us. It's Hans versus Vishy. Although from a standings perspective, currently not the matchup that we'll be focusing too much on. I think we've made it pretty clear. It's going to be all eyes on
Wesley versus. By the way, he did not play E3. That was me trying to show something on the board.
Handshakes, Sahaj. First moves, it's E4. Will we see another? He got Sicilian. This is Sicil for the kill. This is Ajju Bhai saying, fight on, game on.
Absolutely. We have the open Sicilian on the board and we have 4 knights. Is he going to go Bishop B4, his favorite? He does it. Wow. I've seen a lot of games of Arjun playing this variation over and over and over again. It is a huge risk And let's see if Wesley either punishes him here or whether Arjun can do Arjun things. And
High risk, high reward has always been Arjun's style, Arjun approach there. He's destroyed that pawn structure. The bishop now comes back, and that's the drawback of this opening. It's very offbeat. Ignore the evaluation bar. This is Arjun in preparation. He knows what he's doing. Objectively, not the best, but huge practical chances.
for sure. And you have those doubled pawns. That's an imbalance. Pawn on e5 is slightly exposed. He brings the knight out to c5, a good outpost there. Arjun has delayed castling for now, which I think is on purpose, but right now he's going to focus his attention on the queen side as he goes b6 to try and develop this bishop on this beautiful diagonal. I think just looking at how this game is progressing, Tanya, I think Arjun has good chances to win this.
Queen comes to g3, making sure that the dark squared bishop that Arjun has doesn't develop easily. Sehaj, you know what you're saying about how the game is progressing. I think the clock also tells a bit of that story. Already a 30-second lead with the black pieces there. Arjun now looking at perhaps even pushing the b pawn to b5 at the right moment to clamp down on the queen side. But Wesley says, you know, Arjun, I know how to attack as well. I can get aggressive as well.
Let's go h4, h5, h6, you know, and if I mean, Arjun has to put a stop to this at some point by going h6, but the question is, does he do it now or does he do it one move later? Right now, a move like queen c7, a move like b5 looks pretty logical. He goes h5, puts a stop to this h pawn immediately. Not the best move in the position, but keeping things complicated as usual.
And knight b3 trying to trade on white's terms here to improve the pawn structure on the queen side. Arjun takes the bishop, gets the imbalance going early on as he usually does. The bishop pair. Now that light squared bishop will be unchallenged for the rest of the game on a nice diagonal. Expecting Wesley at some point to blunt it with a move like f3. The key factor here is that Arjun's struggling with development, right? As long as the bishop stays on f8, the rook on h8 is out of the game.
Yes, I was hoping for some rook h6, rook g6 business, but this bishop on d2 is making sure that it will never get active here. And yeah, looking tricky now for Arjun as the
might even
pawns
just
are...
give up that pawn. He might say, you know what, take it, I want the open g line, but I'm expecting more of a g6 bishop development approach here with black.
If you play bishop e7, I'm just not even going to take this pawn. Like, why? I mean, the position is bad for black in this sense anyways. Why give you attack for no reason?
Instead, Arjun decides to go d6. He doesn't want to give up those pawns.
You can take the pawn on d6 or you can play c4. Wow, he plays c4. It's one of the best moves in the position to try and open up the bishop. Maybe you can put the bishop on c3 at the right movement. Takes on e5, rook e5. Wait. Bishop d6 is possible now.
But then queen, it's a blunder. Bishop d6, queen takes pawn, bishop e5, defends everything and wins the rook. He wants to go bishop c3. I think he's about to sacrifice the exchange to plant that bishop, or from f4 to plant that bishop on e5. And I think Wesley believes that he has enough compensation here, Sahaj.
Yeah,
and he might.
There is a clear repetition in this position that the bar suggests. You just must take and play queen c6, and this is the repetition that it recommends. Not sure if the players are going to go for it though.
Alright, but Arjun has to take, because even rook takes pawn is a threat right now. Rook takes pawn, bishop d6, which would be I was talking about the e6 pawn.
Oh, that's even better, yeah.
Just making things complicated. But Arjun, he pauses. He's thinking, what is the follow-up if I was to take that rook? Expecting, but he doesn't. He holds that off.
Because it's still pinned, yeah? You cannot really move the rook. If you play rook g5, I take on f4. You can give me a check and I move the king away. Rook e4 is possible, sure.
He doesn't. Anyway, he says, you know what, Arjun, I don't care about that exchange. I want a dark squared bishop. He might be forced to go rook e4 now, though. He takes pawn first, deflecting the queen.
If you go queen takes b6, do I have c5 ideas?
Wow.
Because b3 is hanging, and I'm not sure. Oh, actually, no, rook e6 is probably also possible.
That looks much stronger and simpler. Arjun falls back with the queen to b8, but things are going wrong. And the fact that he puts his queen back, you know that things have gone wrong. He hesitates, plays the move he initially intended to, but now that there has to be. And the yellow arrow appears, rook to g5. Oh, wow. Will Wesley find this move? Is that the best move in the position?
Yep.
And Wesley does it. What a beast Wesley So is. The rook on f8 hangs. He's going to be up material. He's going to be up a couple of pawns. And Arjun's king side absolutely destroyed. You plant the queen to the center of the board. He actually trades.
I think still a pretty logical choice because you have these 3 pawns here. You can play knight a5 and start pushing c5, c6, and Arjun will be on the defense.
And that's one extra pawn after the dust has settled right now. One extra pawn for an exchange, sorry, but that b6 pawn is far worse than one. Knight a5, beautifully placed. Bishop can land on c7 at the right time to block that.
Look at that bishop c7 move, by the way, just to put an interference on the bishop. You're basically provoking black to go rook takes c7 there.
He wants to go c5, c6 ahead.
Also good. Rook c8. Now let's push d4 as well, or maybe rook c1.
c1, c6. I like rook c1. D4 looks really great as well, but rook c1 just reinforce the threat of c6.
Absolutely. Even bishop d6 looks very good. He takes the bishop on b7, goes rook takes b7, and now he plays d4. He's eyeing the a6 pawn over here. Again, these 2 pawns are the problem in this position.
Arjun on the defense here. Wesley So he is with a winning advantage down in exchange for a pawn, but completely in control. Arjun offers a repetition. Wesley, will he chicken out? He can't chicken out right now. This is a risk-free position for him. Get your king into the game. Find a way to get the king to the left side.
The idea is very simple, very difficult. He has to play f3 or f4 and bring the bishop to f2 and then play d5, c6 to defend the bishop.
But Saj, it looks like that's not the only path. I'm sure it's not that there's a narrow margin to victory here.
Yeah, for sure.
The position looks so strong, and that's the point. He gets the king slowly and steadily towards the left flank. Very human, Sahaj.
King d3, king c4.
I love it. And Wesley declines the repetition. He is going for the win in this endgame.
And now if black goes king c6, there's going to be rook e1, which is super dangerous in this position.
Meanwhile, Hans has won his game against Vishy Anand. So he climbs up on the standings as well.
Also, Nihal completely winning, I feel.
Nihal winning. Praggnanandhaa busted. In fact, that game at the back coming to an end, but it's all eyes on Wesley versus Arjun. And Praggnanandhaa, they're disappointed. Nihal really slammed through with black in that game. We'll take a look at that during the break.
After king c4, it is very difficult to come up with a move for Arjun. He goes king c6, and now rook e1 is a huge threat.
And that's the problem, right? As a defender, the extra rook, it has no open files. Do you see how useless that extra exchange has been?
Rook takes c6.
Oh, that is beautiful. That would just be game over on the spot with d5 coming in, and Wesley does it. Wesley finds it. What a beast. He takes the rook. Too many pawns. Sehaj on the 6th rank.
Yep, and now just e5, e7 looks very dangerous, but let's not...
f4, f5, attack g7. Again, it's not an only move win.
Yeah.
The position is winning.
Although he's trying to push his own pawn down, he goes bishop c7 and bishop d8 and then push just promotion there.
You deflect the king and then push b7. And now, finally, the rook is trapped on e8 and it's almost like playing a king's pawn ending. The white king will do the rest of the job.
Oh yes, the king is completely paralyzed. The rook is completely paralyzed.
He'll first pick up the a5 pawn, then slowly go all the way up, start pushing the b pawn.
Wait, that's a blunder! Oof!
Oh my god, and Arjun finds a way back into the game because he comes in with a check, and now the black rook finally has an active square. Arjun Bhai is back in the game.
This is unbelievable.
And you know what the problem is? There's no way to improve. The king can't go to a6 because it was getting checkmated. You're forced to trade pawns.
How? How is this possible?
Miracles. Sahaj, miracles happen. You make your own miracle on the chessboard. It's because Arjun's such a fighter, not giving up. And Wesley there. He knows it's all gone. He'll pick up the h4 pawn, but there's nothing to be done in this position. He allowed Arjun's rook to get active with a check. One trap and Wesley fell for it.
Just one last trick that worked for Arjun here. I think this is huge. And this could be, I think, big for Wesley's confidence as well, because now the momentum has shifted and there it is.
What a game. What a finish. And I think we have to, at some point, as we look at the players, they're analyzing. There must have been so many ways to win this endgame, Sahaj, but the one way to not. The one way to give the draw is what happened. Wesley just rushed with his king to capture the pawn, allowing the check. And Arjun, completely relieved right now.
Yeah, and this is the break that he needed. And wow, cannot believe that he managed to save that. Meanwhile, in the women's section, there's actually a two-way tie now, Tanya, between Carissa Yip and Aleksandra Goryachkina, who are both of them are on 8.5 points. And is there one match still remaining? Yeah, I believe not. Something is happening here.
Divya versus Harika, something always seems to be happening. Can we go full screen on the players, please? As we see what is going on there. I think there's been another claim. Harika's clock, Sahaj, I'm looking at it.
There's 5 seconds and
For
Divya.
4 seconds, right, for Divya?
Yes, 5 and 4 seconds there, but some claim has been made.
And what happened in the last few moves?
No.
If we can also have our 2D board up.
They were trying to repeat moves there with some of these checks. And
This was the final few moments before the claim. So, Sahaj, there was check, check, check.
actually, it's not a threefold repetition yet. It's not a threefold repetition yet. So if there was a threefold claim, then Divya would have won. And look, she's using that time to look at her position.
Yeah, because it's clearly Harika who's claimed. Harika is worse in the position. Am I right? She's got this. Divya, it's Divya playing with the black pieces.
Yeah, Divya is completely winning here, in
You've
fact.
got a B2 pawn. So Harika's claiming. No, but she's just given a check. You can't. You have to claim before making your move. What happened
so
here?
this was the position. You give one check here.
Oh, and the arbiter said you have to continue. I can tell from Harika's body language that this means game on.
Does
And
Divya...
it is game on.
Wow, but I think Divya will get...
She didn't repeat.
She
She
would-
moved the king to the other side instead of G8. She goes for the win.
Rook h7, and I think we're going to see a draw here anyways, because I think she should have gone king f8 and king e7, but she missed it, and now she has an extra pawn on b2, but this rook on a2 is completely tied down. You go king g5, king g6, and that should be a draw there. There's always drama with these two players, yeah?
I'm just still thinking about what happened in the Wesley Arjun game. And you know, Sahaj, actually that last position where we look at it, chat. We will look at it after this one's over, because it's not what all meets the eye. It's actually not easy at all, believe it or not.
Oh yes, definitely not. That final move was not...
And there it is. Divya in the end has to concede the draw with all the trades on the board, a king versus king.
Wow. So wrong claim I was made, but the game ended in a peaceful draw as usual.
Catching our breaths, are we?
Yes, this is... By the way, Harika is now on 3rd place with 8 points.
Oh, and there we are with our standings chart going into round 16. It is still Wesley So right at the top. A sentence that we're getting tired of making, but Wesley isn't tired of anything right now. At 11 points, half a point behind is Arjun. A point behind Nihal, and then 8.5 for Vidit, 7.5. A lot of point margins in this one, but a very close race between the top two, Wesley and Arjun. Enough rounds still remain for anything to happen there. Meanwhile, in the women, there's been a shake-up, a big shake-up, because Carissa now doesn't lead alone. She's alongside the recently crowned world rapid champion, Aleksandra Goryachkina. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting all set for round 16. The players are ready to go. It's the final 3 battles of the Blitz. And Rakesh Bhai is joining us for this round. So much drama, so much excitement. Wesley So having a lot of fun. And in the women, a mix-up on the leaderboard.
Exactly, Tanya. You know, last 3 rounds, normally they say how you play in the last 3 rounds determines how you finish. And the runs will be affected by that. Chad also, sorry for the quick turnaround because of the power outage. But we are back.
We are back for the most
fire.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be entertainment. It is going to be, honestly, I'm still expecting a switch up, a shake up in the standings. You know, I'd love to see Wesley go the distance. He's been in Tata Steel every single year, Rakesh, yet to win a title. But it's so close.
It's so close for Wesley there. He's played the Tata Steel event 11 times overall, Rapid and Blitz. And this is the 12th tournament that he's playing. I hope that he wins it. Maybe Arjun does as well.
Rakesh Bhai, with all the stats coming in right now, Arjun with a bronze performance, well, more than once, but even in the Rapid here. Let's quickly...
We have liftoff.
We have liftoff. There's no time to be quick about anything right now. It's going to be all eyes on Wesley taking on Arvind and Arjun versus Hans.
Let's jump right into it. Fire on the board. We see C5, a crazy opening by Hans, ready to battle.
And this is an opening we've seen by Arjun already. Again, giving a check, queen takes pawn. He played this before the queen eventually landed back on d1. And here, pawn takes pawn. It is queen a5 check. And you end up coming back with the knight. The knight comes forward, attacks the queen returns.
Yeah, well-known theory. This black gives up a pawn, all for the momentum and the initiative.
Also, all of this has already happened, by the way.
Exactly.
In exactly Arjun's game. So, knight takes knight. This is a position he's had before. And not equal material, an extra pawn for white, but a lead in development and a bishop pair for Hans.
That is good compensation as we see. Arjun also very well prepared. 3 minutes and 6 seconds on the clock.
That's the first surprise by Arjun. In that last game, instead of the rook going to this square, it was the queen that went to c1 and a3 happened. We saw a mass trade on c3. Let's quickly put that up. That it was Arjun's choice to go queen c1, a3, and then everything got traded off on c3. It ended in a draw, Rakesh.
And Tanya, that makes sense why most of the players are on their phones in the players' lounge, because they have some seconds of somebody checking these lines.
I wonder who Arjun's second here is helping him out checking these lines. But rook c1, a new move here by Arjun. And we've got some more moves coming in. As I saw Hans make a decision, he got the bishop out. A pawn attacks a trade, but the queens are on the board. This is the big difference. Arjun up a pawn, now looking for quick development. But I have to say, Hans's position looks so healthy. He lines up against the queen.
I mean, I'm a big Arjun fan, but I would take Hans's position in a heartbeat.
I know your style of play, Rakesh. You are aggressive. You always look for the initiative. I'm not surprised that you prefer black here.
And you know, let's also maybe check in with Aravindh Chithambaram versus Wesley. Can Arvind help his countrymate Arjun by holding or maybe even beating Wesley to help Arjun take the lead?
And let's switch our cameras as well to Arvind versus Wesley right now. That is a tale of two destinies. Arvind with 3.5 out of 15, Wesley with 11 out of 15. But the thing about players at the bottom of the leaderboard is very often they end up playing spoilers.
Exactly, and you know, it's top of the table on the right, bottom of the table on the left, but Arvind can change the destiny of this tournament.
Queen e7 right now is the move of choice. Again, very healthy position for Wesley. You know, he controls that e4 square. He is eyeing that knight that is at the center of the board for Arvind. It's 3 attackers versus 2 defenders. A trade forced. Queen takes knight and more pieces off the board.
Traded. I like Arvind's position because he has the control, he has the more space. But Tanya, quick question.
Yes.
Do you know who started off the top seed in the Blitz?
In the Blitz, I would think it would be Arjun, right?
I saw the same.
Because we were talking about how he's top 5 in all 3 formats.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same, but in fact, Wesley So started as the top seed in the Blitz, and he's maintaining the top billing. Kudos to him.
Proving that top seed bill. All right, well, this one is a bit, sorry, I'm just getting excited. Everything's shaking up here.
It is the 16th round. We are excited.
What a
Oh,
moment.
golden pawn touched. Where is Grandmaster Grover when we need him?
Oh God, he's right here actually, in fact. Who had a bit of a reaction on that, Rakesh. He said, F5 by golden pawn, don't touch that. But Wesley looking pleased with his choice. He's opening up the lines. Rook coming to the center of the board.
Blue arrow, but he didn't play that. Arvind in with a chance, maybe.
I'm glad you added the maybe, because for me, this is the most natural looking move in the position. And it might be given an inaccuracy, but still looks fine. Maybe we go into the other board. Let's check in with what happened. Where are we at on Arjun?
And Hans looking pretty much in the balance there. And Arjun is still hanging on to the extra pawn, Tanya.
With his dear life. I mean, he's put his knight at the starting square to just make sure he doesn't lose that.
Yeah. Like pretty ugly pawn structure, I would add, but you know, a pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn is a pawn, as Nyasa would be very pleased with that extra pawn, but it just feels like Hans, open C line, the weaknesses that you're pointing out, a nice C4 square, enough compensation for black is the
100%,
feeling.
100%.
Unless the majors come off the board, you know, as long as you've got the queen and the rook tying down white's pieces, I think you're doing fine. It's only in a minor piece ending that extra pawn will do the talking.
True, and it's the C file is where Hans's compensation lies. Can Arjun convert? Time will tell. But things are heating up on the other board as well, Tanya. If we just quickly check in with Wesley, that golden pawn has given us fire on the board.
It's F for fire, it's F pawn that you're talking about. Queen takes pawn, a big threat. 11 seconds for Arvind.
No, Arvind, please
Arvind.
help out. Help Arjun, help the tournament.
I mean, this is just unbelievable. Arvind, 11 seconds, 1.5 minutes for Wesley. But I do like Wesley's position as well. It's not just the clock. Queen takes pawn is the threat right
Loses
now.
an exchange. Arvind throws in a check.
The queen slides over, offering a trade. Accepted. Now, this has to be a game for 2 results if you're black, right? How many pawns is that? That's only 1 extra pawn for the exchange. No, you're not. This is a very uphill task for Arvind to hold.
Yeah, Wesley definitely in the driver's seat, and rook takes pawn, big threat.
And you know, Rakesh, I know you want Arvind to help Arjun out here, but somewhere, you know, for Wesley, I think this would mean so much to get this done in Kolkata.
100%. You know, I was talking to Wesley the other night. He was like, I've been here so many times. I love the fans. He loves the treatment, the hospitality the organizers give him. But can he do this? Can he win it, Tanya? I think Wesley has his mother here as well. It would mean so much for them. And he said he's not missing the Minnesota winters here in Kolkata.
But guess what? Arvind is back.
Oh
That
my
was
God,
big.
5 seconds.
He walked into a skewer. He's about to lose one of the rooks. Wesley just walked into bishop h5. He just pushed the G pawn 1 step forward, opening up the path for that bishop to land there.
It's like a self-goal. He allows Bishop to come in, and Arvind in with a chance, Tanya. This game might end in a draw.
But if this ends in a draw, it all comes down to Arjun. Can he beat Hans? Last time we checked, it didn't feel like a possibility.
Yeah, it's still looking that way. Maybe we stay here because just 5 seconds for Arvind. Can he hold this? Look at Wesley. He's visibly disappointed, Tanya. He would be so pissed at himself.
He cannot
Check.
believe what he's done. He gives a check just from a winning position in his hands. They're walking into that blunder, but it's not over.
It's
I still
not
feel a
over.
lot of twists and turns ahead.
And I think hands down, a great example of keeping your cool there.
That's a cue for me. That's a cue for me to completely switch up and take a quick look. Arjun Erigaisi with 8 seconds on the clock.
Let's go to that camera as well. 30 seconds, 35 seconds for Hans. 9 in the set. The extra pawn is gone, Tanya.
All right, so we are predicting a Wesley draw, Arvind, if Arvind doesn't flag.
Yep. And looks like Arjun is himself in trouble. Hans taking over. Momentum has shifted, Tanya.
It shifted and how? The knight comes to d3,
Check.
such activity, and you're not even up a pawn anymore if you're
That's
Arjun.
bad,
You're down
that's
on the
bad.
clock, he gives a check, the king goes up, the knight comes to attack the a pawn.
How are you defending that?
Arjun says
That's
defense.
gone.
I don't care about defending.
It's out of here.
It's out of...
Push him, baby, like Yasser
Auditorium.
says, Tanya. Push those pawns.
Rook c2 attacking that f pawn. And he just
What is
gone
gone? F2 is gone.
All the pawns gone off the board. Why is Arvind giving up all his pawns? Somebody explain that.
I think Arjun
is
playing for a win maybe, but look at that.
He's going to be 4 pawns down, 3 pawns down right now.
Since the moment we joined, Arjun has lost all his pawns.
1, 2, 3.
Wow, Arjun. This wasn't in the script, Tanya.
No, it wasn't in the script that was handed over to us at the start of this round. Knight G4. Arjun's looking for tricks against the Black King right now. But all Hans needs to do is start pushing those pawns. Wesley still trying to get the win, squeeze the win out against Arvind. But that one is ending any second. Let's quickly rush over to that camera as this is the final moments. Right there, king pawn ending, extra pawn, but we'll see a stalemate on the board. And that's it. Let's go back to the board. Arvind halts Wesley So.
Arvind did his job, but Arjun, that was like some harakiri Arjun committed, Tanya.
Unbelievable. Hans Niemann up 3 pawns. This is just a matter of simple technique for Hans. I don't think he messes this up, Rakesh.
No way. Hans is going to mess this up. Huge win, and he loses on yet another pawn, Tanya. The only H pawn remaining.
Alright, he picks up the first pawn in a long time and still 3 extra pawns. 3 versus 1 on one side. Any trade favors black. There are no bad moves in this position. Arjun just relying on some tricks. Oh, that's 4 pawns down. 4 pawns down.
As in the background, we see Pragg and Vishy Anand have drawn. And Tanya, these 3 pawns is just game over for white.
But Arjun, he did it last time in his last game as well. He keeps fighting and suddenly a miracle appears out of nowhere.
He's a trickster.
He's done it so many times. And look at that. Hans confidently getting his king to the party.
7 seconds for Hans. And Tanya, we were talking about a country mate helping other, but it looks like Hans is the one who helped Wesley here.
Yes, the US story right there. By stopping Arjun on his tracks. Okay. It's incredible that Arjun keeps fighting. And it was his game against Wesley. Completely lost.
Exactly.
And then at the very end finds a resource to save it. Will he do it another time against Hans?
Chad, what do you think? Does Arjun bring out some trick out of the book?
The thing is there, you still had an extra exchange here, you're down 3 pawns and even the knights come off the board, and with that Arjun Erigaisi throws in the towel, he resigns. Hans Niemann, he does it. He gets the dub.
What a play. I mean, Hans beats the madman and Wesley So.
One more game on.
Let's go
It's
there.
Nihal versus Vidit in its final moments and he's down a piece, Nihal is, but he's got 2 pawns for a piece. This should be within drawing realms.
Oh, this is crazy.
Also notice how the black H pawn is of the wrong color and that's it. You can see it on the players.
Arbiter is also like, guys, it's a draw.
Yeah, even the players, they're just looking at each other. They finally make eye contact and with that handshakes and...
Looks like Vidit had missed opportunity. You can see it on his face. Nihal, the trickster, manages to save it and be alive in the battle for first.
And I think Nihal was maybe completely winning in this game. That's what I can make out. Vidit was even completely winning in this game. Because Nihal, they're just apologizing.
You had a quick look, go back and check where Vidit was winning?
Yeah, I'm going to try to pull that game back up. Because Nihal, with at least from the outside, it looks like it was a miraculous save. Really quickly, we'll do it. Wow, what a round.
Crazy round. And it's crazier in the women's section as Carissa Yip lost and Goryachkina takes the lead.
Wow. That is a huge result.
You had mentioned it's going to switch around and it has.
You know what? Carissa right at the top from the very start of the Blitz, and it's Goryachkina now at the very end taking that half a point lead ahead of Carissa, and 1 point behind Carissa is Vantika and Lagno, and then we got Stavroula at 8 again with round 17 and 18. That's 2 more rounds remaining. I don't think this tells the full story. I still think there's drama ahead in our women, and look at that. I have to say now with just 2 games remaining, no one is stopping Wesley.
I think Wesley is going to get his well-deserved win in Kolkata. Maybe he'll have some Bengali sweets as well with that after his win. But Arjun Erigaisi and Nihal Sarin, the only people who can catch Wesley. But in the women's section, I think anyone from the top 4 can take it home.
Wow. And can take it home. But who will take it home is the question. All right, let's bring up Nihal versus Vidit. Because Rakesh, you will not believe this. And I'm going to start from this position.
They were still analyzing on the camera, so...
They can't get enough of it. But look at what we have. Vidit is up a piece and has extra time on the clock as well.
What happened? Let's check in.
I'll just back up Okay, everywhere I back up, somebody has an extra piece. So I just don't know where to back up anymore, but I think right about now is a good moment. So here, although with it better, Nihal, not too bad. And this was a big blunder. After pawn takes pawn, suddenly the bishop on c3 is trapped, which begs the question that here, apparently the computer says queen d3 was the best move. The only way you attack the knight once the knight goes back, bishop d2 saves the piece to keep the game going. Pawn takes pawn was a huge blunder because now queen d3 doesn't help. The knight is defended. Nihal had to give up a piece and he saved this position.
I think that's just after spending years on chess.com by Nihal Sarin playing those blitz and bullet games. And we did a stat. Nihal Sarin has spent 1.5 years of his life playing online chess.
What a stat that is. And Rakesh with a subtle plug in there, you know. If you want to get good at tactics, but it's actually a great advice. You know, the more you play, the more puzzle rush you do. But how did he trick him here? So he's up a whole piece with it is.
Yeah.
He's got that pin on the 7th rank to deal with. He even won the B pawn.
Ooh,
Queen takes pawn.
Big pawn to
But
lose.
everything's defended. Everything's defended and in control so far. The queen comes back. Queen f7. The B pawn one step away from queening, forcing the defense, which activates the black rook. The rook's got off the board. But this is a 5 versus 3 now, not an easy convert. Every pawn trade gets white closer to that draw. And Nihal managed to survive. Both players playing in seconds. Another 50 moves happened. And with it, yeah. Okay, I'll have to come back to that.
What a nice fighting draw there. Nice comeback by Nihal. You want to have a quick look at one of the women's section games as well, Tanya?
I do, but I just want to finish this off one second because we had a little bit of a situation with my mouse game there. And right there, we had the bishop planted and Nihal still worse. But right here we saw this was agreed for a draw with the bad pawn queening square. Wow, so let's bring up our standings and Rakesh, you can take us through the action on that while I set up our key matchups.
That's super important round coming up. It's a penultimate game. Carissa Yip, in fact, who was the leader, lost out to Vantika. So Vantika also making a late surge for one of those medal spots on the podium. But Aleksandra Goryachkina, who beat Vaishali, big win for her. She's in the lead. She's never won the Blitz here. So that would be very nice for her. And in the open section, Tanya, I think it's now a one-horse race.
And Goryachkina with that half-point lead, and I'm trying to remember. You're right. It is a one-horse race, and that horse has always had only one name, which is Wesley So on it. It's incredible what he's done in the Blitz. But I'm just thinking, if Goryachkina wins the Blitz right now, she did win the Rapid previously in 2024. So coming back here, looking for that first Blitz title right now. Has there ever been a player at Tata Steel Chess India who's not named Magnus Carlsen to win both Rapid and Blitz?
In the same year, no.
No. Wow.
Arjun has done it in different years, but not in the same year. So even Kateryna Lagno, speaking of that, is on 8.5.
I was just thinking.
She has a chance of doing a Magnus.
Doing a Magnus, that's always a good thing to do on the chessboard. And what about Nihal? How does he stand in his race? He's won the Rapid. But he's a point behind.
1.5, so that's going to be very difficult to surmount.
Rounds.
Exactly.
All right. Well, how much time do we have right now? We've got a couple more minutes. Should we take a look at how Goryachkina took the lead in the women?
Yeah.
Let's do it because this last position that has just jumped up, and I'll probably start from the opening around here.
Who doesn't love a checkmate, Tanya, on the board? Could have the board, please? Yeah, there we go.
Oh, wait. I think I have the wrong game up.
Yeah, I think she beat Vaishali with the black pieces. So.
All right. So I will just pull that up right now. Round 17, right?
No, 16.
Round 16, she beat she beat Nana.
Okay, so let's check that out.
Yes, she beat Nana, so that is the right game. And there we have it. This position, bishop e3 happened. Everything is normal. Nana is doing great. She has this d4 square if you're black. She reroutes the knight to the dark squares, hits the bishop, forced back, now controls the queen side, Nana does. Where did all of this turn around for Goryachkina? There was a rook trade, more pieces off the board. It just feels like it's being guided towards a draw. But the point is black always holds the key, and the key in positions are pawn breaks, right?
Yep.
So with A4, with B5, you know you're going to be the one putting pressure. Also, it's going to be Nana who will hold control of the only open line in the position, the D file.
Also, minute advantage on the clock. Looks like Nana should have been pressing. I'm curious to know, where did the game change?
And she is pressing. She's absolutely pressing in this position. She also gets a weakened pawn structure for her opponent. C4 hanging now. Bishop offered a trade. The queen centralizes. Beautiful stuff. Attacks F2.
It's been textbook stuff so far by Nana.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with that. I think she's played brilliantly the game. Blocks the knight. Look at the coordination between the knight king and the queen. Queen comes in, okay, Goryachkina starts to get tricky. The knight blocks, defends d6, check, offering a repeat. Nana, of course, declines, but this last move is a bit committal. It gives a very strong d5 central square.
Played with just 1 second on the clock by Goryachkina.
And this is where it gets tricky, because 6 seconds for Nana, 4 seconds for Goryachkina, anything can happen. 8-7 under fire, queen d5 threats, picks up one pawn, and I think it's going to be, watch out for this.
Harry.
It is going to be Harry.
Let's go, Harry.
When the knight and the queen start combining for big ideas, Harry starts going up the board. C-pawn coming in, Nana completely winning. She's going to be the first to queen. What, there are 4 queens on the board? There were 4 queens on the board.
Harry! How did this...
What is this position? Okay, let's just sit here for a second, because there were 4 queens on the board.
I mean, there are 10 queens playing as well.
Beautiful. Queen takes queen, knight takes queen, and there's still an extra B pawn.
Still black who should be winning.
Should be completely, is completely
And
winning.
you can go quickly because the players
Oh
have
yes,
started
let's
arriving.
let's do it really quickly. In fact, there was some checks
check.
given. In control, somewhere a blunder happened. And Nana, how did she blunder?
Nana.
Okay, there was a lot of moves played, everything under control. And she walked into a fork. Queen
Ouch.
check. Knight d5, game over, and this is how she went on to lose the game. Unbelievable, after winning for more than 80 moves on the board. Well, actually, to be precise, 76 moves, you play to precision, are winning, and then a last move blunder.
That must sting really bad. And the knight's coming back and in a fork, very tricky.
Unbelievable. All right, let's go back to the live action there. Wesley, the tournament leader, takes on his countrymate Hans Niemann. I don't think they're going to be looking at doing any favors to each other in this match.
Oh, none. Not at all. Hans looking to improve his position on the leaderboard as well. And in the other match, we have Pragg versus Arjun.
Pragg versus Arjun.
Can we go like full screen as they start the match, Tanya?
Whoa, and we've got the first moves coming in right now. All right, we've got the first moves coming in right now as we go to the players there. I'll quickly bring up the board. Hans versus Wesley, and we've got Arjun versus Pragg.
Oh, Berlin. This is what Vidit did against Hans earlier today.
Yes, but explain that excitement in your voice, because you need to justify that when you see a Berlin,
No, it was
Rakesh.
like, ew, Berlin, like I don't want draws, I want action and blood on the board. But in fact, Hans was pressing against Vidit.
He was. He is such an expert of the Berlin opening. Well, Hans and Wesley both. I want to say Wesley as well is the master of Berlin. So with the black pieces, it's going to be something to watch how this endgame progresses. Let's go to the all-Indian clash there between Pragg and Arjun, because queens are still on the board in that one. Sakshay Kumar appears on our screen.
Danya, it's $1 million smile for Wesley, so as he might take the title
But the
home.
question is, who will be the big boss?
That's true. But I may have a quick check-in in the women's section as well, because it's Carissa versus Goryachkina for the title. It's the decider.
This is what happened when Wesley played Arjun.
Exactly.
Right? We had that big matchup, and in the women, this is going to be huge for our standings. Carissa with 9 out of 16, Goryachkina 9.5 out of 16. Can Carissa leapfrog in the standings? She's going for an attack. F4 played. She'll place her queen on F3, shot castle, bishop E3.
Go for the attack.
You can choose the move order. She first starts with a hit on the bishop.
So grateful to Carissa, the chess god, for having these pairings and standings aligned so we can have both the open and the women's sections at the right time.
Absolutely, and the matchups, also the pairing shaping up beautifully at the end of the tournament here. All right, we will come back to this, but let's head back to Pragg versus Arjun, because
Let's
Arjun
go.
has made his favorite favorite pawn move ever.
Gary the G-pawn.
It's Gary the G-pawn. G5 on the board by Arjun.
Chaos, as always.
I think if someone did a study on Arjun's game, he's probably played G5 more than he's played G6.
100%. I mean, for him, this is the actual golden pawn.
G for golden, you know.
He loves to touch it. He's going to throw it at the opponent. He's going to get chaos on the board, Tanya, which is what we and the chat wants.
It's exactly what we want right now. And for Arjun, he has to win this game against Pragg for any chances at all. You know, he knows Wesley's playing Hans. He can only control the controllables, which is his own board right now. Queen E7 played. Pragg goes into a think.
And Tanya, back in 2021, when Arjun made his debut at Tata Steel, he actually played the playoffs, which happens in case of two players have the same score. So do you think we'll have a playoff if two players are in the...
That's a big question. You know, I would love to see this go down to the wire. I'd love to see those tie breaks happen with, let's say, potentially Arjun and Wesley at the top together. But the thing is, it looks like in Kolkata, no one can touch Wesley in the Blitz.
That is true. That's been the case of...
1 point ahead. Who's going to take him down?
Hans Niemann.
Let's head over.
There. If Arjun wins, Hans wins, we are there.
Yes, but this position that we have right now, you know, Wesley has the bishop pair.
Yeah.
But Hans has what optically is an extra pawn. Because the 4 versus 3 on the left flank is nothing but the 2 versus 1, very healthy for white.
Right.
But very often these just fizzle out into a draw.
As you speak, opposite color bishops coming up. This is going to be tablas.
Most likely heading towards a draw this one is, which means we go straight back to Praggnanandhaa versus Arjun. Pragg now pushing for the advantage. Has Arjun overpushed, overexpanded on the king side?
The usual.
The usual.
Oh, now?
Oh, is he offering a repetition?
No way, no way.
Yes way.
The madman doesn't take draws.
Well, he hasn't taken it. He's offering it right now. And Pragg repeats again. Moment of truth.
No! Oh, Pragg changes. Pragg changes it.
Pragg playing for the win right now.
And for chat, he's playing for the fans.
He's playing for the galleries right now. He realizes that he is the one who is better. And the reason for that is that knight on e4 can be pushed at the right time away from f3. You don't have too many squares. Now you're forced to open up the c line, which gives you a target on c7. The rook on d1 nicely placed as well. But something's changed. That was a mistake. That was an error by Pragg.
Yeah, and
Bishop d5, you hit the
30
queen.
seconds extra for Arjun. That's going to matter in the end.
Inaccurate. It's a
Blunder? The knight is trapped.
f3. We were pointing this move out. That is the problem child in black's position. Well, you've got c5 as a square, but does that mean that the bishop comes under potential danger?
So Pragg, in fact, has to touch the golden pawn. Sahaj is smiling.
And he does it. It's on the board. He finds f3 Praggnanandhaa. He's going for the win against Arjun.
Wow. Arjun Erigaisi has to pull another rabbit out of the hat, or else Wesley So might be our champion, Tanya, with the round pair.
With Wesley and Hans heading towards a draw, Wesley will be on 12 points. He might even win a round to spare, like you're saying. Unbelievable. If Arjun doesn't win this.
So either Arjun or Nihal have to win.
So he hits the queen.
Okay.
Forced to come back. He now brings the knight back to the only square available.
40 seconds for Pragg.
Under a minute for Arjun as well. What do you think? Does Pragg get the win in this one?
I think so. It is a fabulous position, but don't, never underestimate the madman Arjun Erigaisi. He can cook up something from nothing.
He's setting up b4. He's setting up b4 to win the bishop at the corner of the board.
And if Arjun places himself, the bishop is trapped.
Yes, if you go b4, you save the bishop. But that bishop, what bishop am I even talking about? That doesn't exist.
In fact, even c5 is hanging. He can't do that. So Arjun in big trouble. 37 seconds. He brings the knight back.
Things are going from bad to worse for Arjun as he loses a pawn.
Okay, he's still barely hanging on.
But you're down a pawn. That's tangible material advantage now for Praggnanandhaa.
See that time low of Pragg. 20 seconds.
Meanwhile, Vidit and Vishy have ended in a draw. Wesley Hans still in the balance. We've got all our bars right there. You can check out what is happening on the boards. Wei Yi pushing against Arjun. Arvind. Arjun here unable to push against Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, and the game that matters
Only
the
move though.
most.
Only move. Bishop c6. Arjun has to find it. This is his moment to come back.
Can he play 25 seconds?
That queen on ace.
No, he plays the knight back.
What? Queen takes bishop?
It's a free...
What? What did he just do? Did he miss that knight c6?
Yes.
It's not possible because queen takes knight.
You saw his reaction. Arjun just... He reacted as we didn't see that. And this is game over, Tanya.
A one-move blunder. A one-move blunder. He's setting up knight c6 now, but you're down a whole piece.
Pragg captures another piece.
That's 2 extra pieces, knight c6, but you can just even take the pawn on
Oh,
e6.
wow.
Everything collapses and Arjun Erigaisi resigns. It was a blunder after blunder, Praggnanandhaa getting a win.
And I think in the last game, Arjun dropped pawns in a row. This time, he dropped pieces in a row. And that's very harsh. I mean, that's very tough end for Arjun.
Very tough indeed, but action is still on. Let's quickly go over to Hans
Arjun,
versus
he's still pushing.
Oh my god, and Arjun has to be cursing himself right now because suddenly Hans is on the push here. Because
Wow.
look at that. Beautiful bishop, unchallenged for the rest of the game. The king playing on dark squares. Hans just needs to find a way to get the rook to the 7th rank.
A very important update that Nihal Sarin is also not winning, which means a draw gets Wesley the title. With a round to spare, Tanya. That is impressive.
But you know, Wesley has been impressive. He's been so impressive this
As we
entire
see Nihal
event.
Sarin in the background has resigned. Wesley So just needs a draw to clinch Tata Steel Blitz 2026.
But it's not a given. Did you see that? He made that move with 1 second on the clock. Anything can happen, chat here. This is what we were talking about. The mating attack combining the king, bishop and the rook. But the f5 pawn, it's under danger. He gives it up right now. And that's it. You lose a bishop. But the bishop on c2 is hanging as well.
And that is going to be a draw with just 2 pawns for both players on just one side.
And just like that, all danger evaporates from the position. Clocks level out as well. Nothing to be played for in this as the white king comes forward. Black's king for Wesley cut off. More trades on the board. Wesley So is about to be the winner of Tata Steel Chess India Rapid.
There we have it. Congratulations, Wesley. Well-deserved win. Taking the Tata Steel 2026 Blitz home.
Going into that last round, Wesley So does it in style. His first ever title in Kolkata.
This must feel special, but even sweeter for American fans is Carissa Yip is about to beat Goryachkina to bring maybe both titles to America.
Oh, wow. What a moment this is. But anything can happen. It's an extra exchange. But look at that b4 pawn that Goryachkina has. And knights, we know exactly how tricky they are.
Super tricky. Watch out for some folks, Dania. As Carissa gives a check, she wants to start pushing Gary the g-pawn, just like Arjun did. Oh.
Gives a check. This is the g-pawn, unstoppable. The rook, the bishop will give itself up for the b4 pawn. It will be the g-pawn that will be the decider here. g6, g7 coming in. Knight f5 check, so just don't rush into it right now. She deflects.
5 seconds for a Goryachkina. Oh, it's a big
whoa,
blunder.
whoa. But of course, so hard to find to get the knight away from that g-pawn. Knight c6 was the correct move because it threatens the bishop and a check on e5.
I mean, knights are tricky.
Yeah, she had to give up that knight for the g-pawn and then play for the b-pawn. That would have held the game, but very hard to find with seconds on the clock.
But it's exciting. And remember, Goryachkina with the half a point lead. Can Carissa convert this though? Oh, she gets the queen from the side of the board.
After what happened to Praggnanandhaa and Magnus in the World Championship, I think people have learned, the players know they need to keep the queen in their hand, Rakesh.
Exactly. King g6. And now, there's no stopping. Carissa wins on demand.
Wow, but she doesn't seal the deal just yet. She has taken the lead away from Goryachkina as she leapfrogs, and you can see the relief on her. She knows now it all comes down to that final game. And speaking of final game, we've got one more game remaining. It's Nana versus Divya.
Divya trying to, improve her standing here in the tournament. It's looking like mostly it will end in a draw.
Opposite color bishops, equal pawns.
Equal material, okay. Trade offered, otherwise you lose the pawn.
She does it, and I'm expecting eye contact, and right there, draw offer accepted. And with that, We have all the games in the books for the penultimate round right now as we go into our results from round 17 chat. Only one game to go.
Yeah, just one draw as well, and two draws and 3 white wins. But the most important was Praggnanandha's win over Arjun, which means Wesley So is our champion.
What a performance by Wesley. And in the women as well, 4 decisive games, 4 white wins. I need someone to do a stat on the number of wins white has had today versus the black wins. Every round, it just feels like white has been demolishing the black pieces.
I think for sure we will get the stat very, very soon, as if we can have a look at our standings as well, Tanya. Wesley So right up there, 1.5 points. What a player!
What a player, what a performance. And the thing is, he never let go of it. You can't say that luck has gotten him here. Every game consistently, and let's remind everyone how this tournament started with a 1-move blunder and walking into a checkmate against Vidit Gujrathi is how Wesley started his Blitz campaign. And here he is, champion, 1 round to spare.
That's a thug life moment there for Wesley.
It's a flex.
Huge flex.
Wow, but it's not the same picture in the women because nothing's decided. Let's have the standings up one more time as we take in what's going on that right side of our screen. Just half a point behind Carissa Yip is Vantika Goryachkina. That's hot on heels there. And it's a pack of wolves right there because you know just how ambitious these two players are. Stavroula half a point behind there with 9. This one, it all comes down to this final round. And I'm very curious to know, are pairings for the next matchup, the final one?
In the women's section, Divya Deshmukh takes, this is the open section, and we'll have the women's pairings as well. So we have Divya taking on Carissa.
Ooh,
and
big one.
And Goryachkina plays Stavroula, and look at that pairing on the bottom right as well. Lagno versus Vantika for the battle for 3rd place.
So the top 3 there with big matchups, but I think Divya versus Carissa has to be the big one for us in this final round. Let's take a look at our pairing in the open section right now. And there we have it. For Wesley, it doesn't even matter anymore. He's already the winner of Tata Steel Chess India. He can just chill, stay calm, and make his moves and enjoy the show. He's up against Praggnanandhaa. But for Arjun, it's not so clear. He plays with it.
I mean, the battle for 2nd place is what Arjun and Nihal both will be trying. It's anybody's game there, but Wesley So can enjoy his break.
And it's a half-point difference between Arjun and Nihal.
Yeah.
And there we had the pairings. If we can have them up one more time on the screen, as we saw, Arjun will take on Vidit, and for Nihal, it's going to be up against Wei Yi. Half a point difference to decide, or will it be Arjun, another bronze? Arjun and bronze medals. Tell me a better love story right now. And joining me back again in the studio is Sehaj. Sehaj, that was an absolutely crazy round.
I have to say, I was watching just from right over there and I couldn't believe myself what was happening. But huge congratulations to Wes. Fully deserved. From, I think, day 1 itself, from round 1 itself, I think he was completely dominating. Yes, he did blunder that mate in 1, but after that, he never gave anyone else a chance. So, huge congratulations to Wesley. But in the women's section, Tanya, at this point, I have no idea who's going to win.
Even though we have a sole leader, I completely agree with you. Because it's just so close, right? Half a point ahead. And then you've got Carissa facing Divya right now in that last round battle. And we know exactly just how aggressive both these players are. Anything can happen in that game. And for Goryachkina, for Stavroula, they're right behind Carissa right now.
And they're playing each other also. Stavroula plays against Goryachkina as well.
And there's Vantika at 9.5 too.
Yeah, Vantika plays against Lagno. Now, it's like you don't know anything that could happen here.
Absolutely, Sahaj. We've set ourselves up for a brilliant final round right now. Moments away. We'll go into a really quick short break. And we'll be right back with the final round of Tata Steel Chess India 2026. You stay tuned with us. Buckle up everyone and get ready for this final round of the Tata Steel Chess India Blitz. It all comes down to this, especially in the women. We already have a winner in the Open, Wesley So, with a dominating start to finish performance, taking the title 1 round to spare. But in the women, the story remains wide open. We want to tell you what happens in case there is a tie at the top. We will have one game of Blitz between the two players who are tied with the same time control. And if that ends in a draw, we go into an Armageddon. And Sahaj, I have to say that in the women, there is a pretty good shot that we see a tiebreaker.
I think very, very likely that we might see a tiebreaker there. Unless, Carissa just runs away with it because she's the only one because she's a sole leader, but she's playing black with Divya. I'm not so sure what's going to be the result of that match. And yes, Vantika and Goryachkina, who are just half a point behind, can very easily catch up to them. So yeah, between these three players, there could be a tie break, but let's see what happens.
I absolutely can't wait to get this one started. We've been on the edge of our seats every round. That's what's the nature of the game when it comes to Blitz. And I think today, at the end of the day, our marquee matchup has to be Carissa Yip taking on Divya Deshmukh. Divya will play with the white pieces. She's on 8 out of 17. Divya got the bronze in the rapid and she's looking for a strong finish in the Blitz. If she does it, she also snatches the victory from Carissa, the tournament victory.
Oof, those last minute, those last matches can be very tricky, especially for players who are not necessarily fighting for the top spot, but they can ruin the chances for the players who are fighting for the top, spot. And Divya is very scary in these situations, I have to say. So
I'm going to say that even Carissa, equally scary. Both players, by the way, similar age group. These are two faces that you see so much in the India versus USA battle as well, in the Olympics, in the Chess Olympics. And I think we're going to see them fight it out over the board for years to come. Divya and Carissa against each other. So this one of the other chapters in their long battle book being written currently. Divya with the white pieces, and Sahaj, there are two other players rooting for Divya right now, Goryachkina and Vantika.
Because they are just half a point behind, and they should be rooting for them because their matches are not easy either, because Vantika plays against Kateryna Lagno with the black pieces. That is, I think, going to be very, very interesting match to see. And we have liftoff right there. Divya starts off with d4 and she plays d6. Interesting. Wait, Carissa trying to play for a win with the black pieces, yeah?
That's what they do. They only know how to play for the win, is these two players. It doesn't matter if you're playing black and white. And I'll tell you what, was Divya playing with black, we'd probably see the same opening. G6, bishop, G7, fan keto your bishop as quickly as possible.
Exactly. Keep things like knight e7, short castle, and then eventually you throw Arjun's best move, yeah? G5. I was watching from the back there. Arjun's golden pawn with G5 incoming here very, very soon.
G5, F5, G4, F4. But right now, it's Divya who gains the space in the center first, reinforces that with the C pawn moving ahead as well. So let's do an opening roundup of the top three in the women right now. And you mentioned a big fight for Vantika against Kateryna Lagno. We'll go to that one. It's opposite side casting. It's going to be a race to each other's king.
Wait, I think this is the dragon, but somehow the bishop is missing.
Probably, if I had to guess, it was somewhere bishop F1, bishop D7 traded on D7.
Okay, that makes sense. So this more or less, I think, helps black. So Vantika, because you can play knight c4 much easier. Usually if the bishop is on b3, it stops these knight c4 ideas. And this is where you see her going queen e2, and we might see this very typical rook takes c3 sacrifice by Vantika, rook c8, rook c3, and it looks amazing for her. Is she like
She's setting it up.
I think she's clearly better, no?
I love this position. The absence of the light squared bishop really changes the dynamics of this opening completely, like you're pointing out. Knight c4 a threat. Rook takes knight a threat. Stopped right now. She jumps to the center of the board. All right, so
Vantika looking like clearly better, but yes, please continue.
So I was just saying, do you want to take a quick look at Goryachkina versus Stavroula on this board?
Let's do it, because Goryachkina also needs a win there. This is an end game, a long grind, but so far I don't see an advantage for Goryachkina just yet.
All right, so this one in the balance so far. So we can say Vantika pushing against Kateryna Lagno, Divya versus Carissa looking exciting, but still in the balance. Let's head over to our men open section right now. And Sahaj, we're going to pull up the games there. And let's start, well, Wesley versus Praggnanandhaa. I'm going to say quick position look and then we head over to Arjun versus Vidit.
Right, but how do we do a quick position look here? The pawn is on g4, h4. He sacrificed a pawn and he's like, I don't even know where to begin.
There's a king in the center.
I don't even know. Why is that rook on h7? I don't know where to begin. I don't even know where to end. Looks very messy, but the bar says equal, so we'll just go with it.
It's a crazy position. You're absolutely right. It's impossible to do a quick look on this.
Yeah.
I mean, but you know, I think this is Wesley just having fun. He's saying, I've already won the tournament. I just want to enjoy this game because I literally don't care about the result.
Yes, basically. I mean, he doesn't have much to lose anymore, so already 1.5 points ahead of everybody else.
He literally has nothing to lose.
Yeah,
Zero.
Literally.
All right, so we'll see how this one progresses, but a fun battle it is. Saj, take us through Arjun versus Vidit, because it's a fight for second between Arjun and Nihal.
Wait, Vidit has put his pawn on g5 and White's king is on f2. Both kings looking a bit scary, but Black's king looks, I think, slightly more scary in comparison, and Arjun can double up on the h file and put pressure on the h6 pawn as well. I would say more or less balanced, but maybe slight preference to Arjun's position. I like these c4 ideas as well on the cards. Yeah, I think Arjun's position looks good.
I just want Arjun to do something about his king because it's giving me massive OCD lined up against the rook and the queen, but Arjun obviously doesn't, he just thinks differently.
Yeah, because when you see that knight e4 check, Tanya, you're just terrified of it. Yeah, I mean, I'm on the same boat as you.
Alright, so right now Arjun setting up an attack against the d5 pawn, but overall, I have to say that I do like Black's position right now. You know, better central pawns, pieces looking more harmonious, White's majors far away from the king. Alright, and Arjun, what is going on here? That's a mistake. I thought this was it looked like a really nice move to make to destroy the pawn structure.
Wow, so is he just completely lost here?
But why?
By the way, speaking of people who are completely lost, look at Wesley's position right now. Just made a huge blunder and he's about to resign basically.
Knight takes pawn is at least defended for now. Bishop g3 was the last move. But why is this so lost? E3 or knight takes pawn?
Wow, queen takes pawn and White cannot castle anywhere. There's, nothing in this position anymore.
Queen takes knight, knight f3 check coming in, rook d2 happening. Sahaj, this is just over.
Yeah, Wesley, I mean, we know that he's already won the match, but I think he's dead lost here, but he still wins the tournament.
All right, let's head over to the women board right now. Carissa versus Divya, and Divya is making a serious case for her position. Look at that. She's got a beautiful knight on e4, about to neutralize the bishop pair, healthier pawn structure. In fact, she's up a whole pawn, and this queen on f3 beautifully guards the king side.
Oh yes, I think beautifully said there, Tanya. I think she is looking completely winning, and she's a pawn up as well, no?
She's up a pawn, yes.
Wow.
She has an extra pawn. It's 3 versus 2. And
wait, so Vantika is completely winning. Carissa is, okay, more or less, I wouldn't say lost, but slightly in a worse position. And then Goryachkina is drawing. That means Vantika might win the tournament.
whoa, okay, so big switch up there. Should we catch the end of the Wesley game? I think that's about to finish any moment. And just as I say it, Sahaj, there we have it. Praggnanandhaa, in fact, delivered a knockout blow at the end. And it was all over. We can see the players, they're still there. Wesley the winner, but ends on a bit of a downer. All right, Bishop h5, the only move.
Yeah?
Nothing to lose. Bishop h5, only move by the blue arrow. But it's also the most natural move in the position.
Yeah, because you want to push f3 and try to untangle or, well, attack the pawn chain on the base. But right now she has 26 seconds, so not much time to think. She's not going for that bishop on e8. Okay, she goes bishop h5. Nice move. Only move. Some hope there for Carissa. She just has to hold her draw and then we can go into a tiebreak if Vantika wins.
But she wants the queen. Divya's reaching out for her queen, then f3. It suddenly becomes messy. She goes queen attacking the rook, so not giving the chance just yet, but f3 in the air, and that's why the blue arrow appears that knight f3 was the way to keep the advantage, and this is Carissa taking over. She attacks the queen and f3 incoming, Sahaj.
Wow, wow, f3 is looking so deadly here because the h3 pawn is going to be the target in the future. She goes queen d3, f3 played, wow, queen g5 played, and g2 pawn. Wait, what?
How are you defending it? I think this is super strong actually because there was no way to defend it. And an in-betweener check there, grabs the rook finally, and now completely winning is Carissa Yip.
Wow, and look at that, a complete turnaround in the Vantika board as well because she's dead lost. Wow.
Kateryna crushing it against Vantika from a lost position, now winning Sahaj with the white pieces here. Alright, let's go back to the Divya board as we see players playing on seconds in this one. But Divya's back.
Wait,
she's just joined. It's a repetition. And Divya pauses. Will she take it? She will take it. There's nothing to be done here, Sahaj.
Yeah, I think that's just a draw there.
Wow, no eye contact, no draw offer. Massive repetition and then finally ends in a draw, which means as Carissa looks behind to see what is happening on Vantika's board, but unfortunately Kateryna Lagno wins and Vantika goes down. So for Indian chess fans, that is a bit disappointing.
Vantika has won her match against Lagno. Vantika has just taken down Lagno. That means we're going into tie breaks.
Wow. Unbelievable. And in fact, the last position, it's checkmate on the board. We'll replay that because Kateryna was completely winning a second ago. And Aleksandra Goryachkina versus Stavroula.
So there was a mate in 7 or something in that board.
We might have a 3-way tie because Goryachkina will also join 10.5. Vantika and Carissa are both on 10.5. And we might have a 3-way tie here with Goryachkina also stepping up to 10.5. Vaishali, if she wins a game, she goes to 10.5. Sahaj, the action in the women will continue. So let's head over to the men board right now as Nihal Sarin against Wei Yi is in battle. We know that Tata Steel Chess India women goes on beyond the last round.
Oh,
no decisive winners right now.
We're definitely getting one tie break, that is for sure. And there it is, Nihal playing against Wei Yi, deciding for the second place there. Arjun has finished his match. He drew against Vidit, but now Nihal, if he wins, he joins Arjun and he is completely winning. And there it is, Wei Yi resigns, and that means Nihal and Arjun would share the second place depending on their tiebreak.
And the way the stars have been showing, I think I will not be surprised to see a certain name on second and a certain name on third, but we'll see how the tie breaks. And another moment where there was fumbling of the pieces with no time on the clock.
Oh yes, there it is. Okay, but this is a draw now. But
Alright, so which means if Stavroula wins this game, she's going to promote the B pawn. There's no draw in this position as the pawn will reach B1 and you'll have a B passer as well. I don't think you hold this with white, Sahaj. With the king wrongly placed, the B pawn so close, it's suffering to defend this position.
Yes, of course, because at some point you're going to have some cross checks. For example, queen b2 check, and then you'll go into the king pawn ending. And we saw Pragg also having difficulties defending in this endgame. It's very, very difficult to defend this with seconds on your clock. But this was basically on top on all three boards. Vantika, Vaishali and Nana all won with the black pieces. So it has been, the final round has favored the black color here.
Gives a check, blocks it, the B pawn moving forward, slow and steady progress. And even when the bar says it's dead level, there's only one way to get that done. It's very difficult, but has she found it? Has she found a way? See, that's what you just make mistakes when you're on the defending side here. It's so difficult to be precise for a continuity of indefinite number of moves with the white pieces in this position. The engine can do it, Stockfish can do it, but from human perspective, if she holds this, and she's making progress, if she holds this, she would be one of the very few players who's done that.
You know, it's very important to keep that king on h7.
Like look at that, just the mistakes. It just keeps happening.
Because you need to keep that king on h4 as far away from the pawn as possible, so not to avoid cross checks. I'm not sure if this is still a draw, but the bar says it's a draw.
So that would mean that Goryachkina will not join at 10.5. Vaishali's game is over, I believe.
Yes, Vaishali has won against Rakshitta Ravi.
So she is at 9.5. So it's a tie between Vantika and Carissa at the top. And just like that, as we said, such a difficult position to hold, even if though there is a way to do it. Most humans falter. And with that, it is Stavroula who gets the win against Goryachkina, which means that we're going to have a tiebreaker. One Blitz game will be played between Carissa Yip and Vantika Agrawal, both tied at 10.5 right there. Bronze goes to Stavroula, so great performance there by the international master from Greece. Goryachkina, Vaishali finishing at 9.5. In our open section, we have a winner. We had him in the last round with 12 points. Nihal Arjun tied for second. And look at that, on tiebreakers, Arjun gets his 5th bronze in a row.
Oh, it had to be done. It just had to happen. Yeah, I mean, for the 5th bronze in 2 months.
Global
basically.
Chess League, World Rapid Championship, World Blitz Championship, Tata Steel Chess India Rapid, Tata Steel Chess India Blitz.
It's bronze, 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 bronze. Wow. You
All right.
cannot make this up. Man, by the way, but big congratulations to Vantika as well, because she has won 4 games in a row and she defeated Carissa Yip in the process of getting to the first spot, and now she is tied to Carissa Yip. And one very cool fact is that she defeated Carissa Yip both with white and black pieces.
Wow.
In this tournament.
Amazing.
So she has good chances of taking her down, but regardless, great performance by Vantika so far.
And that's the other thing, right? Momentum. And it feels like momentum is on Vantika's side right now. For Carissa, she's been at the top and was probably even hoping for the championship without having to play any tie breaks. I mean, it wasn't even on the horizon for most part of the tournament. She had a point lead for the majority of it. And then at the very end, Vantika getting this huge win in this last round. We saw Carissa when she ended her game, she immediately looked back to see what's happening on Vantika's board. Vantika getting the win from a lost position against Lagno. I called it a Lagno win, just thinking that the game. Should we have a look at that?
Can we actually show that game? Because I just would love to check it out, because Lagno had a mate in 6 or something like that in the game, and it was about to be over. If we can have the board.
And we would also love to see what is happening, because it's only one game of Blitz, Sahaj. As we've got, I'm going to just bring up the board. It's one game of Blitz to decide the winner of Tata Steel Chess India Women. It will be played with the same time format. And if that's a tie, then it goes into an Armageddon. That's the tiebreaker.
Yes. The players will bid and stuff like that.
Is it a bidding Armageddon? I'm not sure. Rakesh will probably update us. Is it a bidding Armageddon or not? We'll get the confirmation. But let's take a look at this, because let's have our board on the screen. This last position is game over. Vantika with the black pieces, rook takes pawn, king a1, queen c3 is checkmate. But as you were mentioning, it was a roller coaster of a game. We won't take it right from the top, Sahaj, but it started getting exciting, as soon as we had castling on the opposite side. We were quite happy with black's position, saying that for Vantika, there are no light squared bishop, there are weaknesses on c4, the knight jumps there, we see some trades. Bishop goes to h6, attacking the rook, which moves away. We saw Vantika beautifully put pressure on the king side. Now the pawns start moving forward. Meanwhile, Lagno has made no progress on the right flank. And look at this. She comes in with a huge threat. Knight takes pawn. There was something stronger here. Queen b5 is what is being recommended by the engine. But I think you can't fault a move like rook b5. Although queen b5, much stronger here. But this one comes in with a lot of firepower as well. Attacks the queen. The rook moves over. Now eyeing at some sacrifices on a3 and b2. Finally, for Lagno, the pawns started moving up the board. But is it too late? But this one, the first big mistake by Vantika.
Well, because the rook on b3, I think, gets trapped more or less, and she goes queen d5. I think Vantika was kind of banking on the fact that she can sacrifice on knight b2 or knight a3, something like that, and the queen side would just completely open up.
Look at this beautiful move that's pointed out by the engine. This was missed by Vantika. The idea is you get your queen to a7 and then infiltrate from f2, eyeing that b2 pawn. So really nice geometry there. Instead, she played rook c6. You can't fault the players playing on seconds. Kateryna suddenly started to put pressure on the king side. And then finally, a sacrifice, but wrongly timed. Vantika wants the c3 pawn. But now here we see that Kateryna doesn't even care. She goes for a full-blown idea of a checkmate on the king side. Check.
She gives a check, king b1.
Check. No repetition, because she's going for checkmate, and that's exactly what she did.
Queen a8 check here is just over, for example. Like instead of this,
But
just
I
queen
understand. No, I understand. Maybe it's over, but she thought queen c8.
But takes and bishop f6.
But she played bishop f6. This is also winning, Sahaj. It's checkmate in one.
But why allow rook b2 is my question. When you have queens on the board,
Fair.
without the queens, there is no threat.
I think that is actually a very good point. Practically, you go queen. If you go king, there's a checkmate on h8. You force a trade and you're basically saying there's never a checkmate on that side.
Yes.
Here, Kateryna was still winning. In fact, it was the faster way to victory. But she had to make the right choice here. It's the only move. It was an option between getting checkmated and checkmating your opponent. And she chose the wrong one.
The thing is that king a1 is a more difficult decision than queen a8 check. I think just choosing to remove the queens from the board, GG. You're over. I mean, it's done.
22 seconds, and when you have two moves, I am still very shocked with this decision because
Really?
you take... No, I agree with the point you're making, but I'm still shocked with this decision because you see king takes rook and you're getting checkmated, it's check and check.
I think she just missed rook c2. Maybe she thought rook b3 and queen takes b3 and she will
The
win.
point is that this is just such a... It's very close. Okay, I don't know what happened,
No,
but
you're right.
it's
Probably.
a two-move thing. So from her, I think she just rushed through this because look at this. After rook b2, she took it instantly. She didn't even pause for 2 seconds. She made the move in half a second. She didn't even think. She didn't even stop.
Wow.
And the thing is, you just go king a1 and it's game over. It's checkmate to follow. The computer says mate in 11 because black keeps sacrificing pieces. And just like that, from winning in one move, she lost in one move. At the same moment.
Wow, it is. It's gonna be. By the way, we're getting some updates there. We're gonna have a Blitz playoff, and if it's 1-1 in Blitz, then it's gonna be the old school Armageddon with 5 minutes for white and 4 minutes for black.
Wow. I would love to see this go down to the wire. The fight between Carissa and Vantika. If the Armageddon happens, I'm all in for it. And I wonder, well, the players, we've got the cameras on right now, and Vantika, I have to say, was gifted this opportunity.
Yes.
However you look at this, in whatever way, for Kateryna Lagno, with the win in her hands, in that exact moment, she took it and she said, here, you take it instead.
Yeah, I think this is
One move. I mean, it's unbelievable. And the thing is, you pause for 5 seconds here. You see that it's, whether you're checkmating or not, it's the only move in the position that doesn't lose on the
And the
spot.
thing is, you have enough time as well, like 22 seconds.
You stop for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
She didn't pause for a moment. And that was it. And just like that, Vantika finds herself in the tiebreaker for the championship.
And against Carissa Yip. That's going to be a very interesting one. But as we mentioned before, Tanya, Vantika has had a 2-0 record against Carissa Yip. She has also defeated her today. So you never know. She could be the winner in the Blitz section.
Wow. And what a moment this is for Vantika, right? Somehow, she was always in the middle of the leaderboard, but then 4 back-to-back wins here and a very crucial one in the last round. And there you are. I think we're going to have the drawing. Have you had the drawing of the lots for the color? Not yet. It's going to happen on the stage. So we can see the players walking in. Can we have the players' camera? Can we go live to our arena right now? As I can see there. No, they haven't walked in just yet, but they will arrive soon. And as we wait for the players to arrive there, in just a few moments, we will have liftoff. If this game ends in a draw, the chances of a Blitz game ending in a draw are so minimal. We've seen it throughout so many decisive games, just simply the turnarounds that happen at the end. While I'd love to see an Armageddon, I'd say it gets decided in the first tiebreaker.
I think that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Because, but at the same time, I feel both of these players would try to play really solid. To not give anything away, but that is not either of their styles. Vantika is a very aggressive player. Carissa Yip is also a very aggressive player. So yeah, it could get decided in the first round itself.
There is going to be one game of Blitz before the Armageddon there as the arbiters and the arena gets set up right now. And the first one, well, both of them now on the camera, ready to go for that tiebreaker to decide the winner. I think we're going to see the toss happen live. And this is an important toss, you know. I have a feeling both players do want the white pieces, even though Black had a great showing in the last round.
Even Carissa Yip was winning with the black pieces as well. But I think it's just going to be an old school toss where they just choose the color. But I think the color hardly matters here. And there it is, the arbiter letting the players select which pawn. Is it going to be the black pawn or the white pawn? And we will have liftoff immediately afterwards.
First, I think they're just saying, you pick, you pick, you pick, you pick. Nobody's deciding. I think they're just giving each other the opportunity, Carissa and Vantika. They're saying, I don't want to be the decider. I just want destiny to come to me. Sometimes it's easier to let things happen to you than to choose the color.
Touché. And Vantika chose, and she chose the white color. I think in that sense, destiny kind of did not work as well for Carissa, because if it's a blitz match and there's just one game, I'm choosing white.
So, by the way, we are getting a confirmation that it's a 2-game mini match and not a single game. So, which means that both players will play each other twice with colors reversed. So, perhaps in that case, like you mentioned, Sahaj, it's not the most important who starts with the white pieces. Though I say that, in fact, I think I'd almost prefer to be black in a best of 2. And the reason I say that is, if something goes wrong, I know that with white, I can go all out in second game. If I hold with black, I'm super happy to get white in the second one.
Yeah, if I think about it in that sense, then I think having black first would be better. If there was just one game, then I would choose white for sure. But if there's 2, I'm choosing black first. So I think Carissa...
Handshakes, let's go, Sahaj, let's go. This is the moment in the women. And there we have it. It's the queen's pawn opening. Carissa does what Carissa always does. She's going to fianchetto the bishop on g7. She's going to go e5 with the central pawn, bring her knight out. We've seen this so many times from Carissa. She starts with the c5 pawn though this time.
And she takes the pawn on d4. White goes knight takes d4. Okay, hello. This is the finals. h5 is already on the board. She goes queen b6. Very aggressive choice by Carissa Yip there, Tanya.
Comes in another aggressive move, attacking the knight at the center of the board, forcing the hand there. Goes to b5, can be pushed out, but you have to calculate what happens after bishop to e3. Carissa pushes the knight back, and there we have
Queen
bishop
takes e3.
attacking the queen.
Just take it. Take everything.
Carissa comes back to the safest square on the board.
I genuinely like queen takes e3 in that position actually.
Okay, that was
Actually,
never going to happen. Never.
I was thinking of that game between Firouzja and Karthikeyan, where he sacrificed a queen for 2 minor pieces. But yeah, here it is a very bad move. You are absolutely correct. But now that pawn on h5 looks a bit awkward. Imagine you're castling now and your pawn is on h5. That looks a bit weird.
And the knight comes out. All right, let's get a poll going on our chat. It's Carissa versus Vantika in the Blitz tiebreaker. Chat, who do you think wins the women Blitz in this one? Both absolute fighters. The rook comes to c1. It's a healthy position for both players, I have to say. White with that slight space advantage currently. But nothing for Carissa to be too afraid about, too concerned with. Rook eyeing the c8 square.
Yeah, rook c8. I think a very logical move. This looks like one of those accelerated dragon positions. But white has just not pushed e4 yet.
What black wants to do is try to get b5 on the board as quickly as possible. That's the move, and there it happens. Once you're able to break with either b5 or d5 in any Sicilian-esque structure, you know you're doing good with black.
Absolutely. And now, difficult choice for Vantika. By the way, look at the speed at which Carissa is playing. Already having a 40-second advantage is pretty good, I think, in this format. Takes on b5, black recaptures, and now again Vantika taking a huge time to think here. Almost a minute difference between these two players. That's not a good sign for Vantika.
And with that capture towards the center, you also opened up a potential A line to reroute your pieces at the right time. If you're Carissa, I think Carissa is very pleased with the outcome of this opening. Vantika, they're unsure of plans, makes a small improving move, but is it really improving anything in the position as Carissa brings her queen out, now pinning the knight on c3?
Yeah, it kind of feels like that Carissa is putting pressure on both sides of the board with h5 and also now with queen f5, eyeing down that pin and that pawn on a2. It just looks like she has everything going right for her. Plus, a minute and 10 seconds more.
Wow, and you could just clamp down on the queen side with b4 as well, that 1 versus 2, just making sure that a2 remains weak and backward for the rest of the game. I can see ideas of eventually finding your way, well actually hard to find your way on the a line for the rook with bishop controlling a7 and a8, but b4 in the air.
Yep, played, and now knight has to find a place to go somewhere. Probably knight d5 makes the most sense, but knight a4 would just lose a pawn.
Knight d5 would be mass trades, knight takes knight, you'll have to take the bishop, king takes bishop, then recapture on d5, which would neutralize a lot of pressure, but I'm liking black's position here simply with the pawn dynamics. 1 versus 2, Carissa's pawn holds off that majority, and on the other side, it's 5 versus 4, very flexible.
Yep, she goes knight b1. That's not a good move at all. That feels like Vantika is admitting that her position is worse, and just ignore the position altogether. Look at the time, Tanya. It's 45 seconds against 2 minutes and 15 seconds. I mean, that's just not okay.
And it's okay to have that much time if the position is simplified. If you're in some kind of endgame with just a few pieces. But the thing is, this game is just getting started. White's problems are yet to be solved.
Exactly. And look at that. Speaking of problem solving, she played f3 and it's a mistake, and we all know why. We all know why this is a mistake, Tanya.
It's the golden pawn. Don't touch it.
Ever. It's always a mistake. I mean, she wants to play e4 or she wants to go g4 to try and create some pressure on the king's side, but
it's such a strange pawn formation to have with all 4 pawns on the 3rd rank. This is just Vantika struggling with any way to improve her position. She's looking at an e4 push, but right now it's e5 that comes first. Bishop will fall back.
The d6 pawn under attack. Can you take on c8 and take on d6 or no?
She probably wants to take with the bishop. Rook takes rook, bishop goes back to e6. Now watch out for a d5 break in the center. Carissa's going to try to set that up. Look at that. Queen placed, eye-lining f2, king g2, making sure there's no infiltration. At some point, I'm expecting Carissa to break in the center with d5.
Or bishop h6. Look at that sneaky idea.
Oh, nice.
22 seconds for Vantika. She has to make a move quickly. She takes the rook on c8 and now rook c8. Queen d6 cannot be played because rook c2 check is there. Does she take it?
No, she won't take it. Rook c2, queen f2 coming in. It looks incredibly dangerous.
Bishop h6. Bishop h6 is GG.
h6, you hit the queen, queen e2. How is it GG? What's the finishing blow?
h4. Your dark squares are just gone. I mean, your bishop on a1 is just so bad.
Goes queen a5. She wants to go rook a8 and just win material. And Vantika sets up a defense. If needed, she'll place her rook on the 2nd rank.
Just play h4. No, I mean, I'm not sure why is she not going for it.
She might go for it now.
No, but if you play h4, then you also don't allow white to play f4 ever, which could be a problem in the future. She goes bishop c4.
Alright, Vantika, she's putting pressure on d6. She's trying to trade some pieces off. Carissa coolly exchanges. Vantika now down to seconds. c4 weak.
Rook c1 not possible because that bishop is looking on the c1 square.
Knight d2 also will end up losing a pawn at the end.
That's way little time. Oh, no. That's queen c4 hanging, queen a2 also hanging.
She's going to take this. She's going to take this when Carissa Yip. If she can take queen takes pawn, queen takes queen, rook takes a queen in the end. c2 checks are there. But Carissa just keeps the pressure. She defends d6. This allows Vantika to defend her own pawn, but she loses a2 now.
And now bishop h6 back. Bishop h6 back, and then you win a piece, no?
She goes queen to a4 instead. She's looking at just safety right now, putting pressure on the clock. She wants to push the b pawn if allowed, but stopped right now. She reroutes the knight to c5.
That's a beautiful square for the knight, and she can push b3 as well, but she cannot move it now because the f7 pawn is hanging. She plays king g8, nice prophylactic move there. And now f4. This is the move that I was worrying about earlier. That's why I wanted to play h4.
And it's awesome to play this move because you throw that spanner into the woods with just suddenly counter attack. For the first time, Carissa has to be careful. But queen trade, this decision surprises me. You're down a pawn right now. And you go into this endgame and look at that knight so beautifully placed. F4 is hanging as well. She's about to be 2 pawns up, Carissa Yip.
But knight e4 is my threat, Tanya. That could be dangerous. Knight e2, knight c3 is actually very good here. Knight d3 she plays, slight inaccuracy there. Bishop d4, okay, bishop g7, trade off the bishop. Yep, she does it. Yep, I think she's taking this one. I think Carissa Yip is going to win this one.
And now you can win a third pawn, knight e5, take that pawn on c4 as well if you're black. And the whole house has fallen for white. That's 3 extra pawns for Carissa.
And we're in the rook endgame, rook c5, rook d5. It's just a matter of simple technique there.
Vantika, she'll fight on, but there isn't much to be played for here. In fact, she doesn't. It's handshakes. Vantika in a must-win in game 2 with the black pieces now.
That's not a good situation to be in, Tanya. What do you mean with white? You can always play more solid, and this is why I think choosing black in the beginning in game 1 is always the better choice. But this is why I think Carissa got the upper hand there, and now she just has to remain solid with the white pieces. But it is blitz, so anything is possible. What's your take here? What's your hot take, Tanya? Who's gonna win?
This one's not going to be so hot because I think the odds really favor Carissa. And I have to say, it's not just the scoreline. It really felt like Carissa outplayed Vantika with the black pieces. Right out of the opening, once she got that clamp on the queen side, it was actually a beautifully played game. We get ready for the next round. Maybe we'll just go through it slightly slower. I think the next round, we've got a couple of minutes, Sahaj, to start.
As they're setting up the boards in front of us right now. But yeah, that was, I think, a very, very clean game from Carissa's side. Felt like she was just on... She just had the whole game in her control from move 1 itself.
She really did, an interesting opening choice by her, an offbeat line. She took out all her pieces in a healthy manner, places them on the right spot, gets that key break of b5 in. And pretty much from here, I just felt like Vantika, already confused about how to improve the position, made a move like king to h2, was down by a minute on the clock. And then we saw this beautiful idea of b4, clamping down on that a2 weakness, which was decisive at the end of the game.
Yep, bishop f5, f3, of course, moving the golden pawn is never a good idea. And here, she's just dominating on every side of the board. On the king side, she always has this idea of h4. On the queen side, the a2 pawn is always falling.
And she set up ideas of also improving the dark squared bishop, which eventually did land on h6. We saw a trade, and this is what happens. You're sitting under so much pressure. It's hard to find moves. You can't go bishop b2 because the a2 pawn falls. You can't go knight d2 because the a2 pawn falls. There's no good square to move the rook. The queen doesn't have any good points to move to. You basically run out of moves, and black's idea is simple. h5, h4 coming in. Not just that. Rook a8, a big threat now with no rook d2 available. So in panic, Vantika played bishop c4, ended up losing that pawn. Not just one pawn. Slowly, we saw Carissa reroute the knight and then go on to win another pawn in this endgame. Knight takes, pawn falls. Not just stopping there, at the right time trading off the dark squared bishop, the only active piece in Vantika's game. And the third pawn falls. And just like that, Carissa, beautiful, flawless play with the black pieces, takes the lead in the mini match.
Very convincing from Carissa, I have to say. I think this felt like a one-sided match.
It really did. I think one-sided is the way to put it. And not one-sided in a tactical way, but in a positional, strategic way.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But there's still one more game incoming, I believe. So, still, Vantika is not completely out just yet. At least that's what we're being told.
Yes, there is one more game of Blitz.
Just getting confirmation.
Yes,
there.
we will be having one more game. It's not a best of one in the tiebreaker. It's a best of 2. It's been confirmed. Said, do not confuse me right now.
It did say one game before.
I think that graphic needed a little bit of adjustment, but yeah, it's funny. Like now, if it turns out to be one game, you'll be like, I told you so.
Yeah, exactly. I told you so.
Saj cannot wait for it. All right,
I told you so. I don't see Carissa Yip 2 games. Okay, it is 2 games indeed. It is 2 games.
Let's go full screen on our arena as we set this up. Sahaj, what do you think? Does this go into an Armageddon? Does Vantika make a comeback with the black pieces?
I think no matter what happens, I think one thing is for sure that we are having 2 games today. That is 100% confirmation now.
Yes, that's your hot take.
That's my hot take. We have 2 games incoming. Confirmed now.
So what do you think is a bigger confirmation? The 2 games or a Carissa title?
2 games for sure. That is 100%. Carissa Yip, I mean, of course, I mean, she can, she's playing with the white pieces. She can, of course, it's almost in the bag, but but it's Blitz, yeah. In Blitz, anything is possible.
So it's going to be the all-American takeover in the Blitz. Wesley winning in the rapid, and if Carissa gets the job done, she needs only a draw. She takes it back as well.
Yeah, so Vantika needs to come up with something really creative to try and, you know, confuse matters there. As you can see, people are just very eagerly waiting for these 2 players to show up and hoping for a Vantika comeback. You know, she's from our city, Tanya. So there is a little bit of a personal thing there as well. She is from Delhi after all.
Yes, I mean, I would love to see this match go down into that Armageddon battle. And I'm trying to think in my head that if you're in a must-win situation, how are you getting ready for it? What kind of an opening approach do you want? Do you want to really go to a theoretical battle, or can we expect Vantika to pull off a Carissa by trying to get those flank-or bishops early on, avoiding trades, just saying objectively not the best opening, but at least I keep my chances alive?
I think just play your best and play what you're comfortable with. It is Blitz, and for Vantika specifically, I think the most important thing is that you don't take a lot of time in the opening. You don't it's never okay to have a 1.5 minute difference after move 10. Doesn't matter the position. It's never okay, like, you know, to have that. So try to play a bit faster intuitively, and doesn't matter, you know, what the result is, but you play what you're comfortable with. And there it is. We have a Sicilian, and Carissa Yip goes for the Alapin, and Vantika plays E5. What is E5 here, Tanya?
I told you, has to go for the offbeat opening here. But it's a very committal move, Sahaj, because it leaves a big D5 weakness at the very start, very early on. You know, Sicilians are famous for that. And look at that. Vantika getting the immediate opportunity, has to play it because F7 was tender as well. By the way, this is all opening theory. G6. Defended. Now the knight and the pawn are attacked, and you have to take the white knight, give up your own piece at the center. Saj, I've always liked this for white.
Yeah, but Carissa playing so quickly here, I feel like the gamble for Vantika did not actually work, because she has not castled. She's playing Queen E7, sort of avoiding this discovered attack with D4. Not really sure what's going on here. Now, as we have a switch, Tanya is going to the closing ceremony. She is going to confirm if we actually have 2 games or not. And we have Rakesh Bhai joining us.
Yo, Saj, this is the ultimate Blitz playoff, something the fans clearly wanted, and we will have some action because Vantika in a must-win situation.
Oh yes. As she goes, knight takes e6, and position is still fairly quite balanced. I'm very surprised by how fast both of these players are playing, but look at the time. You know, the first game, Vantika had very less time. Like, she had like 1.5 minute difference, but now she has like in comparison to her opponent. So Vantika playing quite fast.
Yeah, and I was watching the first game sets in the players' lounge, and with Wesley and Pragg. So it was really nice to know their thoughts, and they were like, in fact, Wesley's finish was very similar to Vantika's finish in the last game of the double round robin stage. So they were having fun. Their eyes were glued to the screen, so everyone's watching this.
I think ours as well in that sense, as she plays Queen D7 to put some pressure on the D3 pawn.
Yeah, that looks tender, but Saj, do you, if you are in Carissa's shoes, do you play extra solid or you just play normal chess?
Just normal chess. I think play what you are most comfortable with, I think, is the best way to go when it comes to Blitz, because it is your hand that makes the moves. It is your hand. You have to be intuitively comfortable with what you're doing. So just play what you're most comfortable with, and that's it. And by the way, I think she could have taken that pawn on d3, but she did not, and that leaves Carissa with an extra pawn. But Vantika has an extra minute on the clock.
I think also Vantika has the initiative, and kudos. You were telling her to play fast because Vantika was in extreme time pressure in game 1. Looks like she has taken your advice, Sahaj.
Yes, but she's also a pawn down, which makes me a bit worried in this position. But she goes queen b5. That's a nice move to attack b2 and d3. Wait.
And the blue arrow appears.
I'm not sure how simple bishop c1 is here. Okay, maybe it's an only move. Yeah, it's the only move that defends b2 and d3 at the same time. And she goes.
She finds it.
Beautiful. Carissa showing her class there, defending both of the pawns. But there is a huge time difference between these two players. But the position doesn't feel as complicated, Rakesh.
Yeah, not complicated at all. You know, if White would love to make an escape square, get the king safe, keep everything protected, because a draw is enough to take the trophy home.
So how does she confuse matters now? She plays h5.
Nice, I like it.
No, she's kind of following Carissa's ideas here, because Carissa also played h5 in the opening, and I think she's trying to do something similar there. But the problem is that there is no attack on the king side.
Yeah, the queen is attacked. I think you might just drop it back.
I'm still a bit confused here that she's an extra pawn up. There's no attack on the king side. Why is the position equal?
I think it's just the space and the inactivity of those pieces. In fact, you know what Wesley So was suggesting, it's like in the first game, Vantika's pieces were like Fisher random chess. Everything on the background. But I think kudos to Vantika. She has taken a chance, a risk, by sacrificing the pawn in the opening.
Absolutely, and she's keeping extra that 40-second advantage over her opponent, which I think is a very big deal. As she goes rook e3, offering the queen trade there.
Or if you're black, you can't just trade queens because you want to keep the tension on the board, because black in a must-win situation.
Oh yes, knight c4 played, eyeing that e5 square down. She cannot play b5, of course, because there's knight e5. But how do you stop knight e5 altogether? Maybe queen a4 back and put the knight on a3, and then you think again.
Probably, but this might be the last time we reference Kolka, the Knight Rider that can get into e5. That is one of Tanya's favorite codes here. But queen a4 played, Sahaj. Knight has to go back.
She plays a3. Wait. That's a mistake.
Vantika taking over.
The bar kind of really shifted there. Not really sure why. b5 is the move, apparently.
No good square.
Knight e5, no?
And then knight g5.
And that queen has to defend the rook on d1. So that's an important move. And she doesn't play it. She goes rook e7.
I think she had to take that chance.
Golden opportunity miss there by Vantika. And now the time is also leveling.
Yeah, the
this is
knight
not
can
good.
jump, x-raying the queen.
What does she do? She goes queen e8.
Oh, that's never a good sign, Sahaj.
Nope. Rook e1 played, and now double
trouble for white.
For black in that sense. And if you play rook d7, attacking the d3 pawn, or just defend it with rook e3 or rook d1 even. Rook 4 e3 makes a lot of sense to me. She goes knight e5. So generally speaking,
trades.
Generally speaking, in these positions, the bishop is supposed to be superior than the knight.
And you know, there can be some checkmating ideas with queen f6, bishop h6, whoops, and rook takes knight.
Yep, that knight is very, very important in order to not get checkmated there.
And so Vantika is now under 30 seconds.
Ooh, and now, it's, wait, rook e6? Rook e6?
Rook e6.
Rook e6.
Let's go. Chalo. She has to find it and take the trophy home.
Rook takes e6. I mean, that's very natural, no? Rook takes e6 and
she's going for it.
Take it.
Take it. Take.
If you take on e6, take on g6, take on e6, that should... Oh, she goes h4.
She goes with Harry. Queen
g7. I don't know, in the endgame, I feel like all of White's pawns are situated on the dark squares, which I don't think really helps Carissa.
Yeah.
Now queen takes f6 perhaps, and then bishop f6. Maybe the bishop is pretty strong there anyways.
Yeah,
She
taken.
takes.
Queens are off.
Tablash. Incoming.
I mean, a draw. Carissa would be happy to accept that, but Vantika will keep fighting.
Yeah, but she has both of them having 15 seconds on the clock. She has to. She offers a trade of rooks. Should we take it? She goes king f1. Okay,
Yeah.
you take it. I don't know. I kind of like this for Vantika now. Let's push c4, please. Like to fix all the pawns on the dark squares, and then we think.
Yeah, but she gives in a check, which gives Carissa the chance to repeat moves.
And now c4 for white, of course.
Oh, this is critical. She's hand.
Carissa should play c4 here.
She does.
Yes, that's a good move.
That's a savior. And now the bishop can also come back and sit nicely on c3.
Exactly. And just g3, king g2, king f3, and okay, you just chill. You ask, okay, what is your plan now? By the way, someone played the move on. I think Carissa played a move on 1 second earlier. 11 seconds on the clock for Vantika. She plays f6, trying to
Can't
create.
trade. Can't trade Vantika. Oh, she trades.
Yeah, no other chance.
There's no juice left now for.
No, but she can play g5, yeah, at some point, and
Just try to press on the right side of the board.
exactly knight f5 check. I don't know. Maybe Vantika can still play this. Like if she plays g5 here, how is she gonna defend this? I don't know why she didn't play g5 before. Why knight
Smartly,
d6?
she's trying to trade more pawns. Remember, black in a one must-win situation. Otherwise, white takes the title.
Knight b7 is very strange
Yeah, it's
here.
very passive.
Okay, now g5 has to be played. But there are too many pawns fixed on the dark squares. Now, bishop e3 is a very nice move. Knight e6 can be played. Oh, wait. No. That can't be good, no?
And I think this is possible now. The a pawn can start running.
No, but the bishop on the pawn on b6 is hanging. Wait, f4.
The
I don't
golden pawn touched.
I have no idea.
c5. Carissa trying to create a pass pawn. Let's go 5 seconds.
Wait, I don't know who. I am for sure now. Vantika is back to playing for a win, and she's winning.
Is winning.
Wait, Vantika could be winning here.
What a turnaround.
Knight h6. Okay, king a5. Wait, is that pawn hanging? Oh,
Yes, that's
no.
a goner.
No.
She had to save that.
But no time. She had no time.
And as you can see, the bar is back in the middle. Both players with 10 seconds now.
Oh.
Do not jump. Do not fork. Okay. Bishop e1.
Just bring the king back to f3 and that's it. That's a draw.
Oh, that's genius edge.
Yeah, just king d3, king e3, king f3. I would she's just provoking f5 as well. Very thematic. Or you can just leave the king on c4 too. I don't think it changes anything. Maybe Vantika will try to hope for some mistake, some fork.
Yeah,
But the sad thing is even the king pawn ending is a draw here.
yeah, that's the problem. Everything so symmetrical, very difficult for Vantika to convert.
Exactly. She goes knight for just king c4 now. Simple.
Keep the king. Even you can see by the reactions, Carissa is extremely confident of holding this and taking the title home.
Oh yes, and now I think we will just repeat moves. Maybe Vantika will still try to play. Look at that, knight f3 check, some sneaky checks incoming, but obviously that's not going to work here. Knight f1 possible perhaps. She's hoping that maybe the bishop can go somewhere else and then she can play knight f1 check. Okay, she finally she goes king e3.
Okay, some progress.
Yeah, but if I put my king on g2 and put my let's say bishop on g1, what do you do?
Offer a draw.
No, maybe I have knight e3 or knight e1 check there. Actually, it's not that simple.
Yeah, and I think kudos to Vantika. She is playing on 82 moves played, Sahaj.
I think we're crossing the 100 move thread. Oh wow, she gets up from the board. Look at that.
Yeah.
It was too far. Knight f1 check. Wait, is that a repetition?
No, not yet. The chess.com board hasn't told us. I think we are going to see 100 plus moves here, Sahaj.
We are on move 89 right now, so 10 more moves to go.
Knight h2, or bishop in the corner. Yeah, there is just no way, no pawn breaks possible. But finally, the king is centralized for black. One check to the white king, and that might be tough for Carissa.
Yes, absolutely. Looks like a tough position, but I think she's hoping that her king can go to d3 eventually, and then she can start giving some checks. Perhaps put her knight on e4 and then get the king to e2. Slow progress, but it is possible.
Yeah. Sorry, continue.
100 moves are incoming, by the way.
Yeah, and the last capture was on the 60th move with king takes pawn.
No, king takes c5. King takes c5 it must be, no? And then f5 as well.
Yeah, this one.
Knight
F5, 67.
67.
So 117 is the drawing move and we are at 103.
117 for the players. So it's
Correct.
75 moves for the
For
arbiter.
the arbiters, yeah. Everyone is glued to their seat except Vantika because she senses an opportunity here.
It's so tense.
Any trick?
Playing
Sahaj,
this.
Can you tell us and chat any trick?
I think some moves have been played there. No, I think there is a trick. You want to put the knight on e4 and you want to put the king on e2 as black, and then you want to reroute the knight again, give knight e3 check, and you just want to drive the king to the king side as much as possible, essentially. But Carissa is not
5
giving.
moves to go.
Wait, is she claiming?
Yeah, Carissa is claiming. She's claiming the 50 move draw. We
But
see the arbiter.
there is no 50 move rule here. Not yet.
Not yet. Drama. I think the arbiter will tell her, Carissa, you have to do it after 5 more moves. Even if they give Vantika an additional minute, won't change matters. The arbiters have gone to check. Players are tensed.
But in this situation, I think Vantika will get
1 minute extra.
1 minute extra.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. We don't know.
I mean, technically she should.
Yeah, but maybe. We don't know. Anything is possible.
I think the arbiters are still confirming. We know that 5 more moves are needed. This chief, okay, I think Vantika is going to get some time added probably.
Yeah, an extra 1 minute. I don't think it really changes. At least the arbiter will now tell her how many moves she needs.
Yeah,
and then she can claim again.
That's like a very nice.
Oh, look at that. She's getting extra time on the clock.
Oh, nice. But, I mean, Vantika has 5 more moves to find the winning pattern. But even that won't suffice because she needs a pawn move or a capture, chat. That's the 50 move rule.
Oh, yes. And then there she is. You can see the 1 minute extra for Vantika there.
I think it should be done on the DGT as well. But let's come back. Action is back. 4 more moves to go now.
Oh, yes. We're having some moves, but we're not able to see it on the board. The 1 minute and 6 seconds, you can see that is updated.
Can we go to the other scene where we can see the moves being played? So we'll try to enter it manually.
The games will probably be just 5 more moves and that's it.
So the knight has gotten into f4. Okay, now we have the moves. Amazing.
Okay, Bishop h8. Now no. That's I don't think that's good.
No, but she has just 1 move to go.
Oh yeah, that's
117 is the drawing move. Do you just capture knight takes pawn?
Yeah, this is a draw. You can
now,
claim now.
Carissa, go ahead and claim. If you want the title, you can claim it.
So my question is, in a situation like this, does the arbiter tell you how many more moves you need? Or does he just say, no, it's a wrong claim?
I mean, I'm no expert on that, but we'll get to know maybe. And she does it again. Very smartly.
Yes.
Probably
that's
she
clever.
got the move number.
Yeah. That's very clever there. And now this must be the right claim.
But if it's the wrong claim, does Vantika get another minute?
Yeah. And then we just keep repeating this pattern, yeah. And there it is, handshakes, and Carissa Yip is officially the winner of the Tata Steel Chess Blitz section. Huge congratulations to Carissa Yip. She played phenomenal in this event, especially on day 3, taking down Vantika, taking down Goryachkina in the process, and she was leading from day 1 itself.
Yeah, big congratulations to Carissa. Vantika also great comeback in the end with 4 wins on the bounce, as we see Carissa shaking hands with Leonard, our photographer and DGT expert here, who also has developed the website for Tata Steel Chess. Sahaj, big day overall for Team USA. Wesley So and Carissa both taking the title to America.
Absolutely. What a performance by both of these players. Both of them dominating the scene from day 1 itself. I think both of them very well deserved, but I think a great fight by Vantika.
Absolutely.
Just want to mention this. Sorry to cut you off, but just want to mention this, that Vantika had won 1, 2, 3, 4 games in a row in order to reach this stage, including defeating Carissa Yip.
Yeah, and even Lagno, the 3-time Women's World Blitz Champion. So kudos on that. Just checking, do we have the Wesley So interview? Because we caught up with our open section winner in the Blitz. Let's just check if that is up. But overall, Sahaj, what was your favorite or highlight from this event?
Right now I'm wondering who did the interview for Wesley, because I feel like that person is on the screen with us right now. Is that true?
I caught up with Wesley,
Is
and
that true?
I'm
So like as soon as we show it, are you just gonna go there, running there, and just like take an interview of Wesley, or how is that gonna be?
yeah, and I recorded earlier, and in fact, I even said back to you guys in the studio, to Tanya and Sahaj. So we might maybe cut the last part, but let's check in and hear what Wesley So had to say. Congratulations, Wesley So, on winning the Tata Steel Blitz event. Your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you so much. Finally a win, so a great start of the year. And obviously I'm very grateful to the organizers that invited me here, to Jit Banerjee and to Tata Steel Chess India, and also to the people in Kolkata who made this event possible. So it's great because this is my 6th time playing in Kolkata.
Yeah.
I've never won before, actually, because it's always been a very strong tournament. Carlsen often plays in this one. So, it's a great feeling to win. And then my goal next time would be to win the Rapid
As well.
obviously.
And just tell us more about you and your mother enjoy the hospitality and the food in India.
Yeah, we absolutely love it here. I play in India every single year. Last month we were in Mumbai, and the previous one we were in Goa.
Yeah.
And the year before, then a few years ago, I played in Chennai. And many years ago, I played in New Delhi and had a great time. So we absolutely love playing in India. We love the people, especially Indian people are great people. Also great chess players.
Yeah.
So my mom and I have an absolute blast coming and playing in India. And I think in general I play very decently in India. And also we love the Indian food. I can't eat it every day, but
Any favorite dish you have, or?
I absolutely love paneer. Any kind. Green paneer or red paneer.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And lastly, Wesley, you said great start to the year. Where can all the fans see you play next?
Well, to be honest, I have no idea. Because the chess world is changing exponentially.
Yeah.
So like compared to a few years ago, everything in chess world has changed. It seems like time controls are getting faster and faster. Also, there are a lot of online tournaments, online qualifiers. So probably fans will see me in Title Tuesday or something next week. But so far, my calendar is still very empty. I have no idea what to play. But I always prefer to play in quality events like this one, for example. So no worries. Because there's so many tours nowadays.
Yeah.
Like the addition of Total Chess Tour, for example.
Freestyle. So many events.
So the good thing is you only need to get to one tour and do really, really well, and you're set for the year. I always say it's better to play one great event than 10 bad ones. So.
Wesley, thank you so much. We wish you safe travels. You've been on the road, so enjoy some time at home finally.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Back to you in the studio. Sahaj and Tanya, take it away. And Sahaj, that was Wesley So, his first title after 6 visits to Kolkata, and he was extremely happy and looking forward to some events, because otherwise he just was title Tuesday.
But yes, fully deserved from Wesley. I think great performance there. And before we sign off, guys, let's have Tanya on the screen to say, well,
what a tournament this has been. And I think the highlight was, over the last few days, we've seen courage, we've seen fearless chess, we've seen drama unfold. And I'm almost sad that Tata Steel Chess India comes to an end.
It's always sad, yes.
But the Tata Steel Chess month continues because in a few days we'll have the action in Amsterdam, in Vacancy actually.
Okay, but before we wrap up, what was the big moment for you? We all have to have one.
Okay.
Chat
Okay,
will tell us
I
yours as
think-
well in comments afterwards.
I think it was Pragg pausing the clock. Has to be. I couldn't understand what was going on there. I think it was against Wesley, no?
Yes.
Yeah, and Wesley sort of, like offering the draw afterwards as well.
And maybe that's why the goddess of chess, Carissa, said, that sportsmanship, it deserves to be rewarded. And what a performance Wesley had in the Blitz.
Absolutely. Now that I have said mine, Tanya.
No, first we go Rakesh.
No.
Otherwise.
She always does this.
So I can
No,
go.
first Tanya. No, first Tanya. I know, because at the end she's gonna play the mediator. I know.
Okay, no, I think that would have been one of the very dramatic picks that I would have taken as well. And I think a lot can be said about a decision that was made and everything that happened in that moment. But if I have to pick, I'm going to go in with, in fact, I think for me, it was Vishy's run. Vishy's run in the Rapid. Just seeing him come to Kolkata, deciding to play and schooling the chess kids, just round after round, finishing in second place. Fantastic performance. That was amazing to watch. Also, Queen C8 by Arjun doesn't leave my mind.
Queen
in that game.
C8. Oof.
So I've given you
good.
2 now. I've given you 2, and of course, Wesley dominating. I've given you 3. Now your pick, and you can't pick any of these.
I think I would pick something Vishy in the Blitz when he checkmated Vidit yesterday in a beautiful, crushing game with the white pieces, and also Wesley making a comeback after Rook H2 checkmate against Vidit, losing the first game but winning with 1 round to spare. What a guy!
And I think I've really enjoyed here, apart from the chess. Sahaj, it's been so awesome commentating with you. It's been so fun calling action on the speed chess, and Rakesh, you as well, bringing the energy, bringing us all those pieces at the start of the show, I have to tell you, chat, one take hero this guy is, getting us ready, hyped up, pumped for the day. It's been awesome doing this with all of you. And with that, it is a sign off from us. But before that, I think we have to thank a lot of people who've made this possible behind the scenes. And I'm going to start with our production, because they play such a big role, and they're the unsung heroes of the broadcast. So huge shout out to MGD1 team for putting this together, as well as Chesscom India.
Yeah, and also to the organizers here for this amazing studio, Tanya.
I cannot even begin to tell you. I think this is hands down
Hands down.
hands down
Hands down.
one of the best studios that I have ever worked in. Tata Steel Chess India has done a phenomenal job, and none of this is possible without the sponsors, Sahaj. So a huge shout out to Tata Steel for supporting chess, not only globally with Vaishali, but being the heart of Indian chess as well with Tata Steel Chess India.
Yeah, and also thanks to the AICF, the All Bangla Chess Association, Chess.com, of course, being the broadcast partners, Mental Joy, giving us some joyful in the city of joy, and lastly, Game Plan and Jeet and his team for and all the support that they have given to this event.
Fantastic work by Game Plan in this year's edition, putting all of this together. And thank you, last but not the least, our chat, for joining us every day, being in this ride with us, start to finish. It's been awesome. We do all this for you. So don't forget to like the stream, to leave a comment, to show some love. We'll be back next year with Tata Steel Chess India. It's a sign off from Sahaj, from Rakesh, and from myself. See you soon.